get lucky. She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get sun. She's up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get sun. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 We're up all night to get lucky.
Pump it up while your feet are stumping and the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, cause that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. 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 Yo, pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping and the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd are jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, cause that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. 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 Yo, pump up the jam, pump it up, pump it up. Yo, pump up the jam, pump it up, pump it up. Yo, pump up the jam, pump it up, pump it up. Yo, pump up the jam, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it. Pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump it up, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump. Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping and the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, cause that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day.
All right, let tonight's performance be the best performance.
We've come a long, long way together, through the hard times and the good. I have to celebrate you, baby. I have to pray I should. I have to celebrate you, baby. I have to praise you like I
You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack, and you may find yourself in another part of the world, and you may find yourself behind the wheel of a large automobile, and you may find yourself in a beautiful house with a beautiful wife, and you may ask yourself, well, how did I get here? Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. And you may ask yourself, how do I work this? And you may ask yourself, where is that large automobile? And you may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful house. And you may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful wife. Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. yourself, where does that highway go to? And you may ask yourself, am I right? Am I wrong? And you may say to yourself, my God, what have I done?
Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again, into the silent water, under the rocks and stones. There is water underground. Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again, after the money's gone. Once in a lifetime, water flowing underground.
Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Look where my hand was. Time isn't holding up. Time isn't after us. Same as it ever was. 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 Once in a lifetime.
Y'all ready for this?
Get down with the sound, house on the ground, freeze when I squeeze, drop to your knees. You must obey, I'm in here to stay, ready to take you around the way, so you're ready for this. Mind your own biz, cause I am back, yeah, the microphone biz. Need to say, cause it's too limited. Ready, ready, ready for this. Feel the bass, they just get closer. Be impressed by the words I chose. So once again, kicking it loud, doing everything, yo, just to survive. Above the law, I think I stand here on stage with a mic in my hand, busting it loud into the crowd. The age is 20, I'm from the south.
Be a boss, break my heart. Get ready for this. Mind your own biz. People in the front, show me what you want, and I will give it is. Get ready for this. We do all MCs, so people don't you sit, moving up and down, dancing on the ground, feeling kind of free, security. How's this sound that moves you from the ground?
House on the ground, bass in your face, racing the place, no time to waste. Being hypnotized, I see it in your eyes. Feeling kinda better, put on your sweater. Being like a white, I think it doesn't matter. Super dope, deaf, and even outrageous. If it was the animal that kept me in cages. So, get ready for this.
Y'all ready for this?
savage beauty. Look at that powerful body, strength, grace, magnificent form. How does the tiger manage to keep himself at the peak of physical fitness for his entire life? He doesn't lift weights, work machines, perform calisthenics or aerobics, and he doesn't jog, yet he can tear the head off a man. His power comes from his own exercise system, far different from man's, and also far superior. It is the ultimate exercise system, which I call Tiger Moves. Ironically, when man sets about to improve his health and physical fitness through exercise, he devises systems which lack the simple wisdom of the tiger. Low-impact aerobics has far less injuries than high-impact, as does belly dancing with its smooth and completely natural moves. Tiger Moves, the best and most natural exercise system man can use. I'm John McSweeney, and I'm going to cover 7 of these basic tiger moves. Inhale back with tension. Exhale forward. Try to reach for the stars. Reach as high as you can. With tension, great tension. Come forward with great tension. Feel the tension in the triceps muscles. Think into those thigh muscles, the quadriceps, the hamstrings. The next tiger move is the stomach roll. This exercise now, from the side, I push down and roll up. Flex, force it down. Come up. You've just learned in this tape 3 critical areas of life and self-defense. I'll leave you with one thought. It pertains to nations, it pertains to the individual. First a warrior, or all else is folly.
Like to party. We 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 like to party.
I've got something to tell you. I've got news for you. Gonna put some wheels in motion. Get ready 'cause we're coming through. Hey now, hear what I say now. Happiness is just around the corner. Hey now, hear what I say now. We'll be there for you. The Benga bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco and intercity disco. The wheels of steel are turning and traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, get on and move your body.
We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. We like to party.
Hey now, hear what I say now. Happiness is just around the corner.
You like to party?
Hey now, hear what I
Hey everybody, quick 1, 2, 3 if you like to party.
for you. The Benga bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco and intercity disco. The wheels of steel are turning and traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, get on and move your body. The Benga bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco and intercity disco. The wheels of steel are turning and traffic lights are burning. So if
Thank you, Skeeter. Finally, somebody who likes to party. Finally. My search is over. It's been years trying to find someone who likes to party. Hello everybody, welcome back. I've got a big burrito and I'm ready to go. First, check this out. We hit a milestone, folks. We hit a milestone. You love to see it. We cracked 7,000 followers. We cracked 7K. Some say he's the best psychology streamer on the platform. Many people are saying this. When I checked my follower count this morning when I was getting ready for stream, I saw we had just cracked 7,000. We were at 7,005. Hell yeah. So I went over to Mike's stream to thank them, because they're a big part of why we are where we're at. The support that we've received from Mike and the Central Committee community, it's a big part of why we're at where we're at. So I went over there to say thank you. And then they gave me a shout out and I got another 100 followers. So we started at 7,005. Now we're at 7,105. And that's pretty cool. Alrighty, everybody, you know the drill. You know the drill. Let me get my affairs in order. I need to get my browser how I like it. Alright. Close some of these extra tabs real quick. Alright, everybody. You know the drill. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. We'll get started off with some questions from the question box. We've got one in there already, and it's a decent size, so we'll be able to go through that one. But if you've got any questions, feel free to drop them in. Once we've worked through that, we will move over to the presentation of today. Welcome to part 2 of the trilogy. We'll be moving into part 2 of the Holiday Survival Guide, and this one's all about managing holiday stress. In this one, we try to cover a lot of different angles, a lot of different contributors to holiday stress. There's a lot of different angles to consider. You know, there's the time constraints. You know, holiday stress affects people differently. Whether you are, you know, somebody who has to be the facilitator of the holiday in your family or with your group of friends, you know, being the one who has to do the organizational efforts and, you know, cook the food and wrap the gifts and decorate, you know, that's a lot of work. There's the financial aspect. There's the social aspects. There's the family aspects. So there are a lot of different angles, and we're going to explore those today. We're going to talk about how to manage that holiday stress. Whether you're feeling overwhelmed or isolated, we've got you both covered. try to cover all the bases. These slides are already posted, so if you want to take a look, exclamation slides in the chat. We also post them in the Discord, sporadically. I tend to just post the link to the slides in the Show Talk channel whenever we're talking about something. You know, perhaps I need a room just to post different slideshows. Just a little library. Just add that to the to-do list. So yeah, if you'd like to take a look, or if you'd like a copy for yourself, that link is ready. And again, you can also type exclamation slides in the chat, and it'll give you that link. So we'll get to this here in a bit. For now, how are you all doing? Are we hanging in there? I think what really stands out to me, or what's really stood out to me this year, is that my perception of the passage of time has shifted, in that it felt like, you know, many of the months of this year were they just flew by. Whereas, you know, even like September, October, November, like those all felt like they flew by. And now I'm in December and it is crawling. My perception of time just feels like it is slowed. It's only the 11th, and it feels like it should be the 21st. I feel 10 days behind. I feel like I've experienced an extra 10 days of December. Is it just me? October, it felt like I woke up and it was Halloween already. November, leaves are changing, leaves are falling, and then boom, Thanksgiving. I'm reminded of a song lyric. It's a long December, and there's reason to believe maybe this year will be better than the last. I got some work to do around here. I still need to bring back the feeling wheel. I need to get the feeling wheel back in operation. It's been out of commission for a long time now. So anyway, I'm gonna yap for a little bit while I eat this burrito. If you have a question, feel free to drop it in the box and we'll get to it here in just a moment. Right now, I'm just warming up. Whenever I'm ready for business, we'll put the hat on. I got my shirt from the hardware store, and then I got my Costco. It's like a thermal. This is like a corduroy almost. You can kind of see the. I've been teaching my niece and nephews about the feelings wheel. That's good, and I'm glad that you're including the nephews too, because there have been some studies that I've seen that indicate that young boys are actually more emotionally expressive than young girls are. Just like on average. I'm not saying it's like everybody, but just on average. And so when I think about that, it just makes me really sad that so many boys are just taught to suppress their emotions, because we're just as emotional as anybody else. So it's good to teach young boys that your feelings are important, and it's okay to talk about them, and you don't have to just bottle them all up and hurt without anybody knowing about it. It's okay to cry, little brother. Tears are just a reminder that you're really in this thing. You know what I mean? Something about letting out a cry just really reminds you that you're alive. Are humans the only primates that cry? I was curious. I was just thinking about this. I'm like, are we the only primates that cry? Is that a uniquely human thing? Let's look. Kim A. Bard. From the Comparative Developmental Psychology, which comparative psychology is the field of psychology where we are comparing our psychology to the psychology of other species. You know, because there is some overlap there. We do share traits with other living creatures, but we also have, like, very different things as well. So that's a pretty interesting field. And then developmental psychology is just the psychology of you growing and developing, you know, how you learn stuff and, you know, just your development process. The process of going from seed to plant. I have to go to this place today to help me get a second job, and I don't wanna. Nobody should have to have a second job unless they want to have a second job. That's how I feel about it. Your second job should ideally be whatever your hobby is, you know? My power went out. I have 9% phone battery. Uh-oh. It's time to go to Starbucks. If my first job gave me enough hours, I wouldn't have to. And I'm assuming you've asked them. You've let them know, like, hey, I need more hours. There just aren't enough hours, I'm assuming. Because that's another thing. It's like, getting a job is hard enough, but then, like, even getting enough hours from that job is a struggle. Because there just won't be enough hours. We're actively going through a strike as well. God damn. So you're hitting up like the temp agency or something. Like that's normally a good option to go to. Just hit up the temp agency if you're looking for something like short term or something to just kind of add to your schedule. I've got to imagine those places are probably pretty busy right now. The job market in the United States is terrible right now. It is terrible right now. Nobody wants to hire anybody. Make you go through 8 rounds of interviews and 4 psychological tests to get a job at Subway. And even if you do get the job, they may only give you a few hours a week because they're trying to run the store as optimally as possible, so they will always have just a few enough people to make the store run barely. And then you have to fight over those hours with all the other people. It's a community service place that helps a bunch of people get back on your feet type stuff. The vibes there sound immaculate. Those are going to be some very kind-hearted people, so I understand that you're stressed about the situation, but these people are there to help you, and they're going to make you feel a lot better. So I think just try to focus on how you'll feel after it's done. You know, you can have a nice tasty dinner, settle in for the evening. You'll feel really good and accomplished for getting that thing done. Keep your eyes on the prize, my friend. So the answer to this question, are we the only primates that cry? It depends on how you define crying. If you define crying as the act of tears coming from the eyes, then yes. We are the ones that do that. However, if you consider it something as like an expression of emotional pain, a vocalization, you know, there's often a vocalization included with crying, then we're definitely not. It's something that you see in many animals. Crying is just our way of doing it. They got pizza there too, and then I can come back home to watch the Game Awards with my friends. Oh yeah, and we can find out what that weird statue that they put out in the desert was all about. They've been doing this teaser thing. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize I didn't have this article open. That's my bad. I was too busy reading the article, I didn't even realize it wasn't on the screen. I was looking at this article here. Whoops. My attention was split between this article and this burrito, and I didn't notice. Anyway, I was just looking if we are the only primates that cry. Which I think kind of makes it kind of special, because it's like a uniquely human thing, you know? It's like, sure, other life forms have their ways of expressing stress and pain. I think it's kind of cool that we're the only creature that does that, to express its emotions. So, I don't know if you've seen this. You probably have if you've been on the internet. There's this weird statue that they put out in the desert. And it's connected with the Game Awards. And it's supposed to be some teaser for some game that's going to get announced at the Game Awards. So we can finally figure out what the hell this is all about. I've just seen a lot of people guessing and speculating at what it could be. Some people are saying it might be Divinity Original Sin 3. Those are it was made by Larian Studios, the ones who made Baldur's Gate 3. But before they made Baldur's Gate, they made the Divinity games, which were really good. I only played the first one. I do own the second one, but I never had time to sit down and play it. Maybe I'll do that this winter. So, or maybe it's Half-Life 3. The most Valve thing to do, in my opinion, about Half-Life 3 would to just release it one day. Just to not tell anybody about it. No pictures, no videos, nothing. No reviews ahead of time, like early releases to journalists and shit. They just release it one day. They're like, oh yeah, by the way, it's out. Just pops up on your Steam page. It's just like Half-Life 3 now available. At least that's what I would do if I was in charge of that decision. Arguably one of the most anticipated games of all time, and you just release it one day without hyping it up or talking about it at all because you don't actually need to. I'd love to see it. Alrighty, we've got some questions in the box, so I'm ready to get in there. I might periodically take bites of this burrito, but my hunger has been satisfied by eating the first half, so we'll save the other half for the rest of the stream. We'll see how long it lasts. Alright, let's take a look. Hi. Oh, hello. I'm having a lot of trouble deciding whether to break up with my first girlfriend. Oh, it's the first one? Well, in my opinion, the first person that you're with, it would make sense that it would be sometimes more difficult to break up with that person, because if that's like the only person you've ever known, especially if you've been together for a while, you know, because the unknown is scary. But yeah, anyway. We met when I was 28 at 31. All right, so it's been 3 years ish, a little over 3 years maybe. All right. It's a pretty decent amount of time. There has been so much turmoil and physical abuse from her, and now I can barely stand to be around her an entire night, as being around her means devoting everything to actively listening for 4 hours and doing everything only she wants to, for nothing in return. Well, now that sounds like quite a predicament. You know, to be in a relationship and to have that be what the relationship is like, that sounds very stressful. Well, let's talk about what could be done to possibly remedy that. Now, this only works on the condition that everybody is on the same page and that everybody's willing to do the necessary work to make this work. But you're not your partner's therapist. But it sounds like your partner needs some therapy. Because it sounds like you're basically having to just do a lot of emotional triaging. It sounds like they're in a very, and by the way, just physical abuse, that's never okay. When it comes to physical abuse, I have a zero tolerance for it. But I understand that some people are willing to work through it within their relationship, and all you can do is just respect their decision and just make them aware of the potential dangers. Because being in a relationship with somebody that's physically abusive is a gigantic red flag. You're at a much higher risk of being murdered by that person. And I just want to make that perfectly clear. But I also understand that some people are willing to work through those things within their relationship, and I can't say it would be the choice that I would make, but I do respect their decision and their willingness to work through it. When we get to the point of the night where I've worked 8-9 hours, so you're already physically exhausted and now you're probably mentally exhausted as well. Worked 9 hours, picked her up, driven her home, and done 4 more hours of active listening and how important and stressed she is at work. It's genuinely her jerking herself off like this every single night and how important she is to her division. She needs to... Okay, this... This does sound exhausting. It sounds like what you're doing is tending to some narcissistic wounds. And narcissistic wounds can take a lot of energy. It's, when somebody's ego is damaged, Chad, have any of you ever noticed this in your life when you're working with somebody in the relationship or a colleague or whatever, and their ego has been damaged? Have you ever noticed that that can be a wound that takes a lot of tending to? And so you're basically being utilized for emotional triage to tend to a wounded ego. And I understand that this is an important thing to do in a relationship because sometimes your partner is stressed, sometimes they are feeling hurt, and it's good to be there for them. But this just sounds excessive. Like, I can understand this happening, and I can understand this being an important part of a relationship, having emotional support between each other. It's a very important part of a relationship. But for it to just be very one-sided and a bit excessive, it's starting to feel almost a little entitled. She feels entitled to your emotional energy. But what about when you're burnt out? It's like, who can you lean on? Can you lean on her? If you were to go to her and let her know, like, hey, I've just been feeling emotionally overwhelmed lately and I need somebody to talk to, would she be there to listen? Because that's a big tell, how a person responds to that in a relationship. If you just approach your partner in a genuine way and let them know that you've been feeling burnt out, exhausted, mentally drained, and you need to talk to somebody about that, would they be available to you? Or would they at least be willing enough to listen and show concern, and like, even if they recognize like, hey, I'm just not that good, or maybe they're tired themselves and they can't really, you know, they don't have the energy to kind of be like an emotional support in this moment, they can at least like remind you of other people that like, they go like, hey, well, have you talked to your sibling, or have you talked to, you know, a close friend? You know, just sometimes reminding people of who their supports are is a good way of showing support, because a person who's struggling often feels very alone, very isolated with that struggle. And sometimes we're a bit drained, and maybe we're not the person who can show them as much emotional support as they need right now. You know, maybe you're going through it too. Reminding somebody of who their supports are is a fair way to show support to somebody. You know who it is that they feel comfortable talking to, and who, you know, anyway, you get what I mean. You get what I mean. If I ask her for anything of my own that I'd like in the relationship after 14 hours that she won't provide emotionally or relationally, I just leave to my own home at my parents' house. I didn't used to, but I'm at that point where I want to be alone. She doesn't do any active listening. She doesn't care what I want her to stop doing. She makes jokes about wanting to read Mein Kampf. At this point, it's clearly that she's a weird closeted bigot. I've heard her use the N-word while drunk and tell a 7-Eleven worker, there are people begging outside your store. Okay, alright. I feel like there have just been too many lines that have been crossed, and you being with this person is now, you know, that's... You have to consider, like, this is a reflection on you now. Like, the type of person that you are with and the type of behaviors that you tolerate, like, that reflects on you. So I think the line has been crossed, and you are fully justified in stepping away from this, not only to protect yourself and your emotional energy, but to protect your reputation. Because now you're being lumped in with a bigot. It's hard when someone you care about acts like this. Especially if they're unwilling to talk about it. Like, there are certain things that we can excuse with ignorance, but ignorance is not the answer. Like, if you say things because you're an ignorant person, you know, maybe you grew up in a small rural town in the middle of nowhere and you're racist as fuck because you had a racist family and that's just all you ever learned. And then you move to the big city and you get called out on your shit. Are you at least willing to listen and learn and do better? Or are you going to double down and defend those bigoted beliefs? Like, we can excuse ignorance, but only for so long. And so if there are people in your life that can show these types of behaviors, it can feel awkward sometimes to call them out on it. But it's important to, because it's a part of how they learn how to do better. And it's not like you even have to be accusatory or anything. It's not like you have to be like, hey, you're a fucking racist. What the fuck are you doing? Because that's just going to make them very defensive. You just have to ask them questions. Like, if they make a racist joke, just ask them, like, I don't get it. What was the joke? Why is that funny? Just act dumb and confused about it and make them explain it. It's a good way to get people to realize when they said some fucked up shit and to get them to think twice about it. Anyway, questioner, it's starting to feel like you've already been preparing to break up. You've been getting things in order, you know, with like having a place at your parents' house that you can go to, which is always a good option, you know, if that's an option on the table to like, if you gotta break up with somebody and you got nowhere to go, like if your parents have a place for you, it's like, I'd take that deal. But to me, it kind of just sounds like you've already been preparing for that by spending more time away, more spending time over there, getting that thing in order. It's like, it's kind of just sounds like you've been building up, you know, because you don't want to, when you've been in a relationship with somebody for years, it's not like you just want to break up on a whim, because then you got a whole bunch of shit to figure out. Your lives are entangled. It kind of takes some time to think and act and to put things in motion before you actually, you know, cut the cord. I also am at a point where I cannot advance financially in my role and have no one emotionally other than her. My family doesn't care much about anything going on with me, and I can only afford to live with my parents. Still, after making $200K the last 3 years, because all my money is paying banks for interest on credit cards, I idiotically maxed out trying to keep this horrible woman happy. Oof. Happens to the best of us. Spending money on terrible people. We've all been there. Along with student loan debt, auto insurance, a car payment, etc. I make about $70K and it goes nowhere in a major city because of all the debt. The only three hopes of moving forward are promotion by testing my STEM job to a 10% raise, somehow finding a way to use my retirement money as a windfall to pay off debt when it becomes fully invested in May, and or a third, more inventive option. In September, during an IOP program, okay, this is an interesting look at how your brain works. You're in this very emotional situation and you're like, all right, let's sit down and crunch the numbers. Like, here are all my investment opportunities and here's my financial planning. It's like, that's fine. This just isn't, like, do what you need to do financially. If you were to ask me, I'd be like, save up some money. You can stay with your parents for a bit. Get your debt situation in order. If you're paying a whole bunch of money on your student loans, it's like, I don't know. I've seen some of the payments that people are making on these student loans, and it's just like, they're going to have to forgive that shit eventually, because, like, nobody's able to pay it off. It's crazy. People out here paying on it for decades, and they haven't even touched the principal. It's fucked up, man. I would focus on paying off your high... okay, first off, I'm not a financial advisor. First off, I'm not a financial advisor. I don't give financial advice. That's not what I do. But what I've heard is that the best thing to do would be to take care of whatever has the highest interest rate. Whatever highest interest rate credit card you have, put everything into paying that one off first. And then work your way down from there. That's what I've heard. Again, that's not financial advice, because I'm not a financial advisor. September, during an IOP program, I was recommended by the whole group to try voice acting / voiceovers because when I read from The Language of Letting Go prior to the session once, I apparently had a good tone, cadence, and inflection. Alright, I'm not gonna crash anybody's dreams right now, but I feel like voiceover work is going to go the way of the dodo. And so if we're looking to do that as a means of financial gain, I don't see that happening because they've already got AI doing it. It's already happening. I've heard AI commercials on the radio, and it wasn't even the good AI voice. It was that TikTok voice. It wasn't even a good one. But now they've got really good ones. And so it's sad. It's sad because voice acting is really fun. But it doesn't have to be anything that we make money off of. Just, you're a good storyteller, so tell people stories. Make jokes, use those skills. Socially. We don't have to make money off of all of our gifts. Not a living unless you're like Troy Baker or something. Yeah. Yeah, if you've ever noticed, everything's already voiced by like 5 people. Everything's already voiced by like 5 people, unless you create the show and you can like give yourself a voice acting role. It's like everything's already voiced by the same small group of people. Which I really feel you on this one, because that's always something that I thought would be really appealing to do, would be like voiceover work. But it really is just it's not an easy, like, it could be a little side gig, like you might be able to do like local commercials or like local radio spots. There might be opportunities. I'm not saying there aren't opportunities, because there will be, but I feel like those opportunities might become a little bit more sparse. It could be a fun side gig to do, but I wouldn't do it as any like way of trying to supplement yourself financially. I would only do it just because it would be a fun thing to do and you'd get a little bit extra cash, and that never hurts. You know what I mean? Anyway, not to take away anybody's dreams or anything. There was even a woman there in advertising who gave me her number and some references to help me with making a demo tape and getting my foot in the door, and this seems like the only serious way of making a second income stream at the moment. I mean, from what you're telling me, I feel like if we made some arrangements, things could be more manageable with your current income stream. I think we might just need to shuffle some things around and get some things taken care of. Maybe look into some debt consolidation too. Because they'll have like high interest credit cards, and then you can do like a different credit card that's a lower interest rate to like pay off the higher interest rate one. So I think just sitting down and going through all that stuff, figuring out what I can shuffle around, what I need to take care of first. Like, if your parents are pretty good with their finances, they might be a good resource to talk to about it. Not everybody's parents is all that great. I would just, if you know anybody who's got a good head for finance. Because this is the kind of stuff you really start learning when you're in your 30s. You're 31 now, so like this is the time where it's like... But anyway, I feel like all of this stuff will also be much more manageable when you don't have to find yourself just completely emotionally hung out to dry. All this to say that I've been drained by the last 3 years of abuse and neglect. You deserve freedom, alright? Find that freedom. No reason for hope. Yo, you got plenty of reason for hope. That's where everything good is. Everything that, you know, could get better. All that healing. That is... It's right within your grasp. Nothing is really keeping me going. My entire life is handling banks' interest payments. You know, I know you said that your parents weren't really there to talk to, but I would try again. I would just sit down with them and let them know, like, hey, I've just been going through it. Do you mind just talking to me for a bit? Just, I don't know. They might surprise you. That said, my girlfriend, not sure if I should even call her this anymore, is a stable employee with connections in multiple industries through her company. Alright, well, she's also a racist, so whatever. They even do neurodivergent focused hiring for people like me, and I have experiences in STEM. Okay, there are so many other companies out there right now. Okay, there are so many other opportunities. Why are we don't need to entertain the possibility of like, well, if I stay with this abusive person, they could get me a job. It's like, no, get that out of your head. You're trying to separate entirely from this person. You don't want to be entangled in that way. While I understand that relationships shouldn't always end in marriage, I also understand that I may not get a partner of any kind attempting to help me advance in life in this capacity anytime soon. I mean, if that's what you're looking for in a partner, I would say that's more what friends are for, but, you know, having a partner for me is more about like mutual respect and support and like not necessarily like their business connections. You got friends for that. Despite her doing horrendous things like telling a nail tech I'm just using him for money and dick for me to find out later from one of their coworkers, me knowing this doesn't change the dearth of options and total lack of support system in my life. I can't find a therapist willing to talk about everything with me, and nobody in my life really cares. What do you mean you can't find a therapist willing to talk about everything with you? I don't get that part. That's literally their job, so I don't know what... Have you tried a few? And they were both just like, no, I don't do this. I don't... That's literally their job, so... This is someone who doesn't care about me much, besides looking good as a couple. She said this. Alright, well, the flags are all there. It's like, you just need to find your backbone. You've got one. You've got one. You've got a good one. It's in good working order. We just need to see you stand up for yourself and do what you need to do to protect yourself, because you're being hurt right now. And you're just taking it. It has the potential to help me actually have a home one day. Not worth the price. Not worth the price, and I'll tell you why. You stay with this person and maybe you get a home with them in a few years. Guess what? Now you're being miserably abused in a home that you own with this person. A whole nother terrible mess. You're sharing a mortgage with a person that you can't stand. A person that's mistreating you. And so what ends up happening? This doesn't take you anywhere good. It's not worth that price. Sounds like a huge nightmare waiting to happen. The last thing you want to do is get entangled with this person to that degree, especially if you're so unhappy right now. Like, why not have a baby while you're at it? The only way that you could make this worse would be to have a child with them, or to get married to them. Buying a house together is like number 3. It's like having a child, getting married, buying a house together. It's like... The only way I would have gotten a home is if my parents died, but my mom broke it to me that they're not leaving the house to any of us, so no house for me ever, which is fucked up. But the reason why that's happening is because medical care and senior care has gotten so expensive that people are having to use up all of the equity that they've built up over their life, and there's nothing for them to give to their children because it's all been siphoned away by the healthcare system. Boomers can't afford to give an inheritance anymore. They have to turn all of their assets into healthcare. Because the medical system is, then especially the elder care system. Oh boy, the elder care system. Now that's a whole soapbox that I'm not going to get on right now, but just the sum of it is the elder care system siphons a tremendous amount of wealth from the elderly while also providing a very low substandard of care. It's a nightmare. You've got people having to like sell all their houses and belongings and everything just to take care of themselves in these facilities where they get neglected and abused. That's America. My mom said that leaving the house has too many legal issues. You mean having to talk to an estate attorney? What do you mean legal issues? Yeah, you have to talk to an estate attorney and get your will put together. Yeah, there is that. That is technically a legal issue, but it's really not that bad. It's what, like one day? You spend a couple hours talking to an attorney or something? It's really not that big of a deal. If I could get your opinion on all this, I would love to hear your thoughts. Well, I feel like I've been blabbing my opinion at you for a while now, but I'll try to just give a quick summary for you. I think that you deserve better. I feel like you need to stand up and protect yourself because you are being taken advantage of and you are being mistreated. And any potential benefit that comes from being with this person is not worth that neglect and abuse. Because that's only going to get worse, by the way. If you think it's bad now, it's only going to get worse. Unless you're both willing to come together, talk about it, go to counseling, do all the work, and that could take years. That could take a lot of money to do all that work. So if you're willing to sit down and work through all that together, or you could find that break point and you can separate. It kind of sounds like you've already been preparing yourself for it by like having this place at your parents' house that you've been going to. And they will continue to embarrass you. Yeah, because when you're in a relationship with somebody who is abusive, it always gets worse because they're just always going to push the limit and see what they can get away with because they have no restraint. It's just going to slowly get worse and worse and worse, and you're going to get more and more degraded. They're not going to just wake up one day and be like, oh my god, I'm a monster. What have I been doing? I'm supposed to love this person and care for this person. What have I been doing this whole time? It's like, no, that's not going to happen. Well, anyway, you deserve better. Take good care of yourself. Get your stuff in order. Talk to some people and see if they can help you. Friends, family, whoever. People who know finances, people who can offer you a little bit of emotional support. You would be surprised how much support shows up when you ask for help. You know, we get worried that people won't be there for us. We're like, why can't they see that I'm struggling? Why haven't they talked to me about it yet? Clearly I'm struggling, but they haven't said anything to me. It's like, you gotta ask for help. You gotta reach out. until you reach out and ask for help, people normally just operate under the assumption that you're handling it. You know, you might be having a rough go of it, but they typically just assume that you've got things managed. Thank you for the input. You are welcome. Abusive relationships can really mess up your brain too. Like, your brain is like out of whack because of just all of the, because you're exhausted, and that kind of makes you like mentally vulnerable. And so, you know, if you were entering the situation with like a clear mind, it would be much more obvious what the right choice is. But since you're just like so mentally exhausted and battered, it's like these terrible options are seeming like reasonable options. Anyway, we're rooting for you. Abusers want to exhaust you, so you're more vulnerable to them. Exactly. Human beings, we are persistent hunters. That's how we caught wild deer and other prey whenever we were living out in the plains. Whenever we were in our hunter-gatherer era, we would basically just chase a thing down, run it down, until it collapsed from exhaustion. It's in our code to like wear down our prey or our opponent. And what's really scary is when you see your partner doing that to you, just wearing you down, grinding you down so that they can get you right where they want you. I gotta stop entertaining it and text her I'm done. Get your stuff out first. You never know with some of these people. They might be the type to like get angry and break your shit. So like if you've got anything vulnerable, anything important, I'd get that out first. I would make sure that everything is taken care of. And then when it comes to like leaving an abusive person, I always recommend people to tell them that you've left after you've already left. Like, get your shit together, get your documents together, get everything out, and do that while they're not there. You know, like take a day off work or something. I don't live with her anymore, everything's out. It sounds like I said before, it really did sound like you're 99% of the way there. It's just that final, like, you know what I mean? It's gonna feel really good after you do it, though. I know it feels really, like, frightening right now because you haven't done it yet, but I think that's just because you're worried that you're gonna be stuck with this person. No Crashy, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. You know, not to spill Goobin's tea too much, but Goobins went through something kind of similar with, like, having to separate from somebody who was just, like... And it really does feel kind of frightening to do it up until you do it, and then you're like, oh my god, what a weight has been lifted. I should have done this sooner. Do you ever go back in this situation if the person gets help-ish and you are in the right place mentally? Do that at your own risk. I'm like, there really are plenty of fish in the sea, so it's like... What I find is like, wish the person the best. Hope that they get better. Hope that they find a relationship that works for them. Hope that they can be happy and healthy. Like, you don't want them to hurt and suffer forever because that's a big part of why they are the way that they are. Hurt people hurt people. But I feel like, you know, you don't have to be the one to see that happen. You don't have to be the one to be there for, like, you can wish them all the best, but protect your own peace. And I say that because, you know, maybe things could get better, but I think it's just too big of a risk. And there's always going to be that worry. There's always going to be that concern of like, well, what if they go back to the way that they were? Or like anytime they get mad or frustrated, it's gonna reawaken that trauma. Sometimes it's just best to just let that wound close up, let that wound heal. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it could take years of work. It could be, you know, I don't know. Like, I would advise against it. I find it's best to just, like, try to find your peace, wish the person the best. Like, I hope you get better. I hope you become a better person and you're able to make things work in a relationship. Would you possibly have any tips for how to handle unsolicited advice? Sure, I've gotcha. I know people mean well a lot of the time, but I find myself having less patience for it the older I get, especially when it comes to how I run my own life or how to do stuff I'm already experienced with. Yeah. I've got a tip. When somebody offers you unsolicited advice, let's first recognize why they're doing it. They're just trying to be helpful. They're trying to feel useful. They're trying to help us feel better, even though that's not what they're doing. We can recognize that for many instances, their intentions are good. What I would encourage you to do is recognize their intention. They're trying to help me. It's not helping me, but they're trying to help me. You know, like when you're doing a chore and if anybody who's ever had to be around a small child, they'll just like hand you random shit sometimes and you're just like, oh, thank you. Yeah, this is really cool. Nice. Thank you. Anybody who's ever had to hang out with like a 2 or 3-year-old, like, they'll just hand you shit and you're like, okay, thank you. This is great. Wonderful. You basically have to do that. But with a little twist. So, when somebody offers you advice that you're not looking for, I would say something like, I appreciate the advice. I'm not really looking for advice right now. I'm mostly just looking to feel heard or seen or validated or understood. You know, whatever it is you're looking for, like, let them know gently that advice is not what you're looking for, and then tell them what it is that you actually are looking for. Like, hey, I appreciate the advice, but I'm just looking to chill right now. Thank you. Whatever it is you're looking for, just let them know. This person wants to help you, and they're trying to help you in the way that feels most helpful to them. It's not helpful to you, and so we're going to politely let them know, and then we're going to let them know what we actually do need from them. Like, hey, I appreciate it. I'm not really looking for advice right now, though. I'm mostly just looking to talk about it, you know, decompress. You know, whatever it is you're looking for. Now, of course, if somebody just walks up to you randomly and they're like, hey, let me give you some advice, and you're just like, where's this coming from? My go-to response is, thank you, I will take that into consideration. Like somebody hands you a pamphlet and you're like, oh, okay. Oh, a new sighting. Thank you. You know, I'll give you guys a call if I ever think about getting a new sighting on the house. Thank you. Anyway, I would just try not to take it personally, because sometimes we can take it personally when somebody offers us unsolicited advice. It's like, who do they think they are? Try to tell me how to live my life. They think they know me? It's like, no, we don't need to take it personally. This person's just trying to feel useful, trying to feel helpful. They're trying to, you know, trying to do a nice thing for us. It's just not landing. So we're just gonna be, thank you. Is it bad if I just start microdosing weed to get through a hard time? Like, I'm stressed and just don't want to feel anything right now. I want to be numb and dumb. I don't have a high tolerance, so I took part of a gummy last night. Seemed enough to not cause anxiety, but still turn off my thoughts. Life is just really rough right now. It's really tough right now. And I don't want to think about it or remember it later. As long as you are being responsible. You know, don't deceive yourself, because there are precautions to take here. What starts with a small amount of weed can very quickly become a big amount of weed, and you might find yourself doing it all day, every day. And that's not really where you want to be, right? You don't want to just be numbed up all the time. Sometimes a little bit of numbing helps life to be a bit more tolerable. So I'm not going to say, you know, don't do it, but what I am going to say is just try your best to be responsible about it. You know, set rules for your use and then adhere to those rules. If you give yourself unrestricted access, it could get messy and it could backfire. It could make things worse for you. So I just really want you to be mindful of that. Let me speak to it a little bit, because when it comes to things like forming a habit or forming a pattern, what we want to avoid is forming a stress response pattern, meaning that whenever you feel stressed, you smoke in response in order to not feel stressed, because that makes the behavior stronger and it makes you do it anytime you get stressed, and it's going to make you smoke more. A more responsible way to do it, that's just the way that I'm going to phrase it, a more sustainable way would be to do it in a more so like ritualistic fashion, in the same way that you might have, you know, a cup of tea in the evening. You know, this is a part of your winding down ritual. You know, it's a part, you take a bath, you get into your comfy clothes, you light one up. It's like, that's a much better way to do it than just doing it anytime you feel stressed. Because if you do it anytime you feel stressed, that's going to become the solution to stress. And you're going to find yourself doing it more and more, because that stress is just going to be numbed. It's not really going to be managed. You feel me? I am pro responsible use, okay? That's where I'm at. I'm pro responsible use, and I feel like you can have a good working relationship with a substance. Some people like to have a glass of wine. Doesn't mean that you're an alcoholic if you like to have a glass of wine in the evening. Doesn't mean that you have a problem with weed if you like to smoke it in the evenings to kind of wind down and calm yourself out for the day. You just need to be mindful of, like, what patterns am I forming and what habits am I building? Because if you do it every time you feel stressed, like, oh, gotta hit the vape. I'm a little stressed, gotta hit the vape. You can see how that can quickly slide into using it more and more. I've been on a daily edible in the evening if I don't have any responsibilities kind of routine. That's a good way to handle it, in my opinion. Like, you're a grown-ass adult. If you want to enjoy a marijuana gummy in the evening while you watch TV or have, you know what I mean? It's like, go for it, brother. But what we don't want is, you know, relying on it as like a crutch to handle your stress. It can be a part of your de-stress routine, but it should not be the only tool in your toolbox for regulating yourself. You know what I mean? It is really nice. I like to set an intention before I take it, too. Hats off to you, Felonious. Look at you. You know the tricks. You know the tricks, don't you? Felonious just shared with you a bit of sagely wisdom. It is always wise to set an intention before ingesting a psychoactive substance. What is it that you're looking for from this journey that you're going on? Attaboy. Like, weed is nice, weed is fun, but it can create more problems if we're not using it appropriately. So I'll leave it at that. Hi. I sent the question yesterday about my friend taking a long time to answer messages and feeling guilty about it, and me wondering whether I should not text her much and wait for the times we meet and socialize then. Oh, we've got a follow-up. I love a follow-up. I found your advice of showing support in case my friend is going through something really helpful. Thank you for that. Today I sent her this voice message. Hey, name. I've been thinking about you and just wanted to check in. I know life gets hectic, and I'm not expecting quick replies. I just want you to know I'm here for you, genuinely. If you ever want to talk or need someone to listen, I'm always here, with no pressure. You don't owe me any explanations or perfect timing. I care about you and want you to feel supported. Take your time and reach out whenever you can. My question is this kind of message healthy and supportive, especially if she may be going through a depressive episode as you suspected, or should I adjust how I'm communicating with her? I think you did a great job. I think you did a great job. It's a really nice and sweet, thoughtful message. But see, now it's like the ball is in her court. So you can just, you know, that's the way I see it. It's like the ball is now in her court. It's like if she, you know, wants to reach out, if she wants to talk, perfect. If she doesn't feel like it right now or she's struggling to do that, she knows that you're there, and that's important. I kind of operate under the assumption that everybody's kind of going through it right now, and I just like to try to show up and be supportive for people. You know. We may be wrong, maybe they're doing great, maybe that's why they're not talking to us, because they're just out having so much fun. But, you know, I just like to play it safe and... But no, I think you did great. And I would kind of just leave it up to her to reach back out. You know, you'll probably hear from her before too long, so I would just leave it up to her to respond when she feels comfortable to do so. It's a good message. It's a good message, chat. Take notes. You know, and I say this because I've been there, I've been depressed, and I've had people like reach out to me that I just didn't feel like I had the energy to respond to them, or it just felt like I felt guilty because I wasn't maintaining contact with them. And like, even though they might not have heard from me, I still appreciated getting those messages. And you know, and I try to reach out to them when I can. But, you know, it's nice to know that people are thinking about you. We don't make it through life on our own, you know? We need other people. We need each other. It's good to show up for your friends, especially when it seems like they're going through it. She might just be really busy, and that's stressful in its own way, you know? Adult life can be very busy, especially when you've got a lot of responsibilities. So just for one reason or another, your friend's been feeling bad because they haven't been able to respond to messages in a timely way, and, you know, it's nice to just let them know that you're here for them and they can reach out when they're able to. You kind of just leave it to there. You leave it to them. It's a nice visual metaphor for carrying around stress. We sometimes, you know, sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to anticipate other people's stress because we carry around our own stress and it's right there at the front of our mind. You know, and it can sometimes make it difficult to look beyond that and to see the stress that other people have, but it's a really important part of how we support one another. When I was a teen, my best friend went through a phase where they would almost yell and ask to be left alone. I once didn't. I went and sat by them as they cried. They later said that was one of the best moments of their life because they never truly meant that they wanted to be left alone. There's a lot to learn from that. It really is something that people will do. They will push people away when they're hurting. They'll say, "Leave me alone. I'll handle it. I've got it." But deep down, they really just want to know that somebody cares. Alright. With this bite, the burrito concludes. Pack up. Got some trash off my desk. Burrito wrapper out of here. I'm overdue for a good desk cleaning. I've got a drawer on my desk, but it's basically just full of a bunch of random shit. I need to go through there and clean that out. I have a question. The doctor tells me my ass is too fat and my waist is too small. I'm suffering. What can I do? You sound properly snatched. Am I using that correctly? You're suffering from a case of snatched waist. Yes, the other day I went to a restaurant and the lobster was too buttery and the steak was too juicy. You're suffering from success, just like DJ Khaled. Suffering from a fat ass myself? Well, then get to twerk. Get to throwing that thing back, Goobins. It's Thursday. That's what we do on Thursday. We throw it back. For our mental health. I have a theory that shaking your ass is good for your mental health. So if you'd like to participate in a study, apparently Kylie Jenner removed her BBL. Is it true? I also heard that they were adding Kim Kardashian to Fortnite. The Central Committee raid, and you're right on time. You're right on time. Welcome in, Raiders. Mike, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the shout out earlier. That was crazy. Thank you for all the new follows, guys. Welcome in. There's the alert. The alert was a bit behind. Thank you for the raid with the 2019 raid. Oh God, we're going into lockdown. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the Brain Domain. Your number one source of based psychology takes on Twitch. And you're here right on time. You're here right on time because we were about to get into our presentation here. We're working on our holiday survival guide. It's a 3-parter. We're right here on part 2. We're about to talk about how to manage holiday stress. Is it how to not get measles? I think I got vaccinated for that when I was a child. Does it expire? Does it go? Do I need a new one? Do I need a new measles shot? Do I need to go get a new MMR vaccine? Is it like a tetanus shot? It wouldn't hurt you if you did. Well, that's not what they're saying. They're saying it would. What if I just never left my house? What if I just never left, never talked to anybody, never went anywhere? I'll just be out here raw dogging life. I can't not go outside. I'll just be out here raw dogging life. Paytusk, thank you for the 9 months. Mike said subscribe right now, so we're waiting. Does the internet count as social interaction? In a way. In a way, it does. In a way, it does. Thanks for the chill streams. Thank you for the 2 months, Dabcoff. Oh, it's been a while since I've had a dab. Maybe I'll do one on Christmas. It's been a long time since I've had a dab. Maybe on Christmas I'll do a big dab. Really get in the holiday spirit. Welcome in, everybody. We've got a presentation that we're going to do today. We've started a little tradition. We did this last year where we did the holiday survival guide, and I've updated it for this year. I give it a little facelift. But it's something that I always like to do. It's something I like to talk about because holiday seasons can be stressful. It's a time of year where we're supposed to be all joyous and cheerful, but it's not always so simple. So if you experience stress during the holidays, that is normal. You're not alone. Let's talk about how we can manage it. This could be helpful for me. That's my intention, partner. That's my intention. Thank you for all the new follows, everybody. Thank you. Oh, 93%. 37 seconds left on a hype train. We're on a hype train and nobody said a thing. We might be able to save it in the last 30 seconds. It's going to be close. 93%. Can't blame me for not noticing the hype train. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, let's do this. You did it! Yeehaw! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, you got us to level 2. Oh wait, no, that took us straight to level 3. Skipped level 2 entirely. You mentioned it in chat too. I can't read, so. The American school system, what can you say? Can't expect me to know how to read. If you weren't here for part 1, that's okay. I'm going to give a brief recap on what happened in part 1. Yesterday we did part 1, where we discussed many of the reasons why the holidays can be so stressful. We talked about how the holidays have this emotional amplification effect. Both positive and negative emotions are amplified during the holiday season because it's a milestone event. It represents the passing of time. When should you stop believing in Santa? You don't stop believing in Santa, you become Santa. You recognize that the real magic of Santa is your parents getting up and putting presents under the tree while you're asleep and making the magic happen. So you get to be the magician. You know how the trick is done, but now you're the one performing the magic. So I just buy myself nice stuff. Well, you have to wrap it up and put it under the tree for it to count. Otherwise, it's just shopping. All that consumerism gives me more debt stress. We're going to talk about that today, too. That's also a thing. You know what they say, it is the thought that counts. Just put love into the gift, no matter what the gift is. It doesn't have to be expensive. It's just nice to let people know that you've been thinking about them. We are Santa, comrade. Of course Santa's real. So yesterday we talked about how the holidays amplify emotions. I'm sure that many of us find that relatable. Both highs and lows have a sort of amplifier during the holiday. There's also a heavy weight of all of the expectations. You got places to be, you got travel to do, you got gifts to buy, you got food to cook, you got gifts to wrap, you got decorations to put up. While also trying to finance the whole affair. There can also be some painful memories attached to it. Oh, like that time your uncle got too drunk and knocked over the Christmas tree. Then he got into a fight with your other uncle. They were throwing hands right there in Grandma's living room. It can also remind you of the people that you've lost, the people that we've left behind. So a lot of those memories can resurface during the holidays. Our first Xmas together, my wife and I made our own pancake mix and gave it to everyone because we didn't have much to give other than time and love. And that's still a beautiful gift. What I did one year was I gave out candied jalapenos to people, which were basically, it was just like a jar of like pickled jalapenos, but it had like sugar mixed in, so there was like some sweetness to it. And so it was in this kind of like syrup. They were really good too. I gave those out to people. But yeah, it's like a gift doesn't have to be expensive, just put some love into it. You know, even if it's just a heartfelt note. Loneliness and isolation are also a big part of why stress can be big on the holidays. You know, maybe you don't have many people to talk to. Maybe your family's on the other side of the country. You know, it can make, real rough go of things. So today, what we're going to talk about is we're going to be talking about some practical strategies for how we can manage this holiday stress. And just a quick reminder, a little friendly reminder here for you. Struggles are normal, and there's no such thing as a perfect holiday. So, are we ready? Listen here, I'm doing everything I can to make sure that we all have a holly jolly Christmas. Maybe you don't celebrate Christmas, but whatever you do celebrate. Some sort of pagan moon ritual? That'd be kind of cool. Celebrating Yule? Right, let's get to it. All right, we're gonna get right into it. We're gonna get right into it, and we're gonna talk about relationship tensions. Because this is one of the things that I commonly hear people talk about. Like, well, I gotta go to the family thing, and those family members are gonna be there. The ones that are gonna, ask questions. So let's talk about what we can do to navigate this. First up, let's talk about setting boundaries with either family or friends, whoever it might be. Can't ask questions if my door is closed and locked. So, you know, instead of locking yourself in a cage, wear a suit of armor and go out into the world. You can't do that to yourself, Goopins. You can't lock yourself in a box. You got a fat ass. The world needs to see it. Can't deprive us of that. Can we mandate that Thanksgiving can't be so late in November? I agree. It's like, damn, I just saw these people. I gotta see them all again. I'm just kidding, but it's like, yeah, you don't even get a month. You gotta see them twice. Last time I was at my in-laws' home a week ago, they yelled in my face. Well, they sound like lovely people. When a person wants to act childish, I find it appropriate to treat them like a child. You know, if a child is yelling in your face, you don't yell back in the child's face. You look at them and you say, "Why are you yelling at me? Why are you raising your voice? I can hear you. If you're going to speak to me, I'm going to need you to lower your voice. Thank you for lowering your voice." When you're dealing with somebody who's acting like a child, you have to handle them like a child. Doesn't matter if they're older than you. You'll see people in their 80s throwing temper tantrums. I hate Christmas now. The good news is that it's yours to reclaim. Because I will say, it is fair to have reservations about the holiday, because it's been so taken over by consumerism and plastic garbage that it just feels like, oh, what's the point? Like, well, beneath all of that, before capitalism got its filthy hands on it, the holiday season was about coming together and spending time with your loved ones. Even though it's cold outside, you come together, you eat some food, you tell stories. That's why it's special. All the gifts, the presents, the decorations, all the, you know, that's just extra. That's not what it's all about. But I think it's very normal for people to kind of go through a time in their life where they feel disenchanted. And so if that's where you're at right now, I understand. I get it. Just don't close off that feeling forever, because beneath all of the plastic, beneath all of the spending, and underneath all that tinsel, there's something really special, and it's something that we should hold on to. I agree, I was careful to not escalate. However, I find they truly don't care to hear me. They are angry with me for calling attention to abuse within the family. Oh, that'll happen. There's a reason why abuse can persist for so long within a family. It's because everybody's been trained to shut the fuck up about it. The family's dirty little secret. And then if somebody goes against them and talks about it, it's like, what am I, in the mafia? You gonna break my fucking knee because I talked about it? You can't be a rat. Hate the gift-giving stress. I'm too poor for this nonsense, Lamau. And don't worry, we've got advice in here for people who, you know, because it's not about the money you spend. You know, it's about doing a heartfelt gesture, even if it's just writing somebody a note. You know, like, hey, I just wanted to wish you a happy holiday. You are a near and dear friend to me, and I cherish your place in my life, and yada, yada, yada. Personal anecdote, inside joke, XOXO. Anyway, maybe next Thanksgiving you can plan something different. You know, if you're going to people's houses and they're literally yelling at you on the holiday, it's like, why would you ever go back? Unless they, you know, why, like, all right, I guess I'm hosting next year and I'm going to not invite you. All right, let's talk about setting boundaries. So before we go into these moments, before we go into the holiday, before we, you know, it's good to have an idea of which topics or situations you are comfortable with. Just have a good understanding ahead of time. Like, there are going to be certain things that are off limits, certain things I don't want to talk about. I don't want you asking questions about me, or, you know, it's okay to have subjects that are off limits. Just because they're related to you does not give them unrestricted access to you. And so when it comes to setting boundaries, we need to do that in a firm but fair way. An example of that would be something like, I'd prefer if we didn't discuss that right now. Is there something else that we could talk about instead? I don't feel comfortable talking about that. Just stating your intentions firmly and clearly. And if they don't respect the boundary, you need to respect the boundary by walking away from the conversation. I've told you once that that's not something that I'm comfortable talking about, and if you can't talk about something else, I would encourage you to find someone else to talk to. Can I get this and send to my family? Exclamation slides in the chat, you can get yourself a copy. 2 raids today, let's go. We got the Zatchap raid. Welcome in, everybody. You're right on time. We were just talking about how to deal with that holiday stress. This is my gift to you this holiday season. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you had a good stream. I broke the boundary this AM, damn it. Okay, the thing about it is, it happens. We set a boundary for ourselves, and then sometimes we have a hard time enforcing that boundary. That's okay. It's a learning process. It's a learning process, all right? You're learning how to set better boundaries and to build better boundaries for yourself. It's not a perfect process. All right, chat. Sometimes we're gonna have to choose our battles. Because not every disagreement needs immediate resolution. Maybe we don't need to talk about this right here, right now, over the turkey, or while we're opening presents. And so you might find yourself in moments when you're feeling like, I need to handle this. I need to, like, I'm not going to let them say that, or I'm not going to let that happen, or I need to bring this up right now. It's like, choose your battles. You know, it's a valid strategy to just survive the event and keep the peace. So maybe if your uncle's there and he's had one too many and he starts to say some questionable things, maybe we can talk to him about it when he's sobered up instead of trying to talk to him about it right now. If you don't bring up disagreements over the turkey dinner, they'll spam you with Tucker Carlson clips on Facebook for the next 12 months. Oh, you know those were coming anyway. You know those were coming anyway. What if you enjoy arguing, but you come out feeling like Cassandra? I might be too straight for that reference. Cassandra was a Trojan princess in Greek mythology. Oh, okay. Okay, just for reference, I spend a lot of time in the LGBTQ circles, and so when I hear somebody named Cassandra, I'm like, I must be a real housewife. I must be somebody from 90 Day Fiancé. And I was just like, I don't get the reference. But thank you. I will sit my ass down and listen. But yeah, anyway, just choose your battles. We don't need to resolve every conflict. Sometimes it's best to just walk away. Just try to keep the peace. We don't need to fight in front of grandma. It's also helpful to practice empathy. We gotta recognize that other people are probably feeling stressed too. Like your uncle who's mad about the wrong things here at the holiday, it's like, well, he's probably not getting as much hours, or he's probably being overworked at his, blue-collar job. Everybody's kind of going through it right now. And so we want to recognize that sometimes people might be a little edgy, sometimes people might be a little sensitive, and they might be going through it this holiday season too. They might be worried, like, how am I gonna be able to afford all this? I can't afford the time off of work. I'm having to lose money by attending this holiday because, I'm not getting those overtime hours. But perhaps most importantly, is we want to make sure that we have a good exit strategy. Know when it's time to step away by finding a quiet spot, or taking a short walk. For any given person, there's about a 99.99% chance they are among those of us going through it. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, absolutely. Yep, you go on the cousin walk. You and all the adult cousins, you go on a walk and you come home smelling like a skunk. I like to go hang out with the kids. They are less stressful. That's another good idea. If there are kids there, like, whatever, we had Thanksgiving and we had it at our house. And so my whole family showed up and my little cousin showed up. He's my uncle's son and he's like 6. But he thinks I'm really cool. He followed me around the whole time. But yeah, hanging out with the kids is always fun because they're, you know, I don't know, it's just nice. They're fun. He had me like lift him up real high, and then he was like, do that again. And then I did it again, and he was like, again. One more important thing. If possible, plan your exit time from the event. You know, like have an idea. It's like if you're going somewhere, you're going to someone's house, be like, okay, I'm going to get there at this time and I'll stay for this long and then I'll leave at this time. I'll have something planned. Like, okay, well, yeah, you know, I've actually got these other plans. I got these other things I got to go to. I got tickets to see the Nutcracker. You don't actually have to have a second set of plans. It's just part of your exit strategy. Your plan could literally just be to go home. Because it can be more stressful if you go to an event and you're like, I'm not sure how long this is going to be. I'm not sure when I'm going to get to leave. I might be here all night. It's like, have a plan. I'm like, all right, I got to dip out at 7. And if anybody asks anything, I'm going to let them know. I'd be like, oh yeah, I have tickets. I have tickets to a show. It starts at 8. So I got to get going. It was good seeing you all. Pretty sure movies release around Christmas? Yes. And I feel like part of why they do that is so that people have an excuse to leave Christmas parties. We're like, oh yeah, we got tickets to see that movie. We gotta get going. Alright, everybody, let's get into the financial stress and gift-giving pressure. Let's talk about what we can do about that. First off, don't be afraid to talk about it. This can be the type of stuff that can be difficult to talk about, but in reality, many people find it difficult to meet those financial pressures of the holiday. Feeling alone in a struggle only makes it hurt worse. And so if you're really going through it that year, you know, it's okay to just like talk about it. You know, because I'm sure people will understand. If you do have some money to spend, you know, set a budget for yourself and stick to that budget. Thought is what matters most. The price, not so much. You don't need to break the bank. Now, if you're in a situation with somebody who does care about the price, I feel for you. I do. I wouldn't want to be in a situation where somebody's gonna not like a gift that I get them because it was not very expensive. Just a little bit of a red flag if you ask me. I was denied the option of asking for gift cards for Family Secret Santa. You got vetoed. My parents have gotten me socks and underwear for every Christmas. You need a fresh set. You blow through them in a year. I don't know what happens, but they end up full of holes. Swap them out with a fresh set. You get to enter the new year with a skid mark free. Don't be afraid to get creative with your gifts either. You know, give some consideration to maybe some DIY gifts. You know, someone in chat earlier said that they made pancake mix and passed that out. I've done DIY before. I made like some little candied jalapeno slices. You could also consider just writing out a heartfelt note. Or the gift of time and experiences. You know, just spend some time with people, go out with them, go see the lights, see the decorations, you know, just whatever it is that you do, just make sure that you put love into it, because that's what it's all about. You're just trying to convey love to the other person. Just make sure that that comes through. That matters more than the dollar amount or whatever it might be. As long as the love comes through. I made pepper jelly one year from my garden peppers, and that was gifts for several people. Hell yeah. I'm making my mother a book of her family history with recipes, pictures, historical parts of their immigration, etc. So fun. Now that's really cool. And that's something that money couldn't buy even if you wanted to. You're giving like a top tier gift, and it's something that you can't even go buy off of a shelf. It's something that you're putting a lot of love into, and those are the best gifts there are. You know, you could even, if you're a good baker, like baking is, you know, some cookies. You know, it doesn't have to be anything expensive. You can make little Christmas ornaments. You know, even at the dollar store. I went to Dollar Tree a little while ago. They had a whole section of like Christmas craft stuff. You can like make ornaments. There's all sorts of options, you know, just whatever sounds right for you, whatever works within your skill set. Just put the love into it, my friend. That's all I ask you. You could also consider a different arrangement for the gifting. You know, you could do group gifts. You know, if you and your siblings want to come together to get a gift for somebody, or you could do like a Secret Santa arrangement so that you don't have to buy a bunch of gifts for everybody. You're just getting one gift for one person. Or you could even do something funny like a white elephant gift exchange. That's what we do in my family. We don't actually buy each other gifts. We just do the white elephant gift exchange. We get some gifts for the kids, but that's about it. I'm now in a situation where my dad has to eat light food. So there's been a change of circumstances. That must be tough to go through, especially the holidays coming up. Hope you're doing all right. My mother believes no one should be empty-handed on Christmas, so she gets us one item we really like. She sounds like a nice woman. He's old at 84. Watching your parents grow up and get old is difficult, isn't it? They don't really do much to prepare you for it. It's kinda... I had to Google white elephant gift exchange. Oh yeah, it is really fun. You basically just get gifts that are meant more as like a joke or just like it's just kind of random, you know, and so it's a lot of fun. Like everybody gets something silly and we just like randomize and pick out gifts at random. Oh, I bought mine ahead of time. And I can show you them because you're not going to be there. You're not going to be at my family's White Elephant gift exchange, so I can show you. Just don't show them. Keep it secret. Hold on, I'll show you. I have it right here in the room. Let me go grab it. So we got two because Casey is going to be going too, so she's going to bring one. We got this. Hold on, let me. It's the cat silicone squish lamp. It's a little glow up cat, and apparently it's squishy. So that's one, and then this. I thought this one was really funny. It's a peach LED neon light. I just thought this was too funny. Anyway, I got them both from Menards, so if you liked either of those, you can find them there. Probably. Make it a wish to meet you both in voice chat one day. You know, we do voice calls every once in a while, so hope to see you then. I don't even know what Menards is. Goobins, Menards is my favorite hardware store. It's nicer than Home Depot and Lowe's, if you ask me. Like, if I had to rank the hardware stores, it would be like Menards, Lowe's, Home Depot, Ace Hardware. Oh, there's Harbor Freight too, but Harbor Freight. I do like Harbor Freight. Yeah, I got this shirt at Menards, actually. It was $7. You can buy pants there. You can. I also bought a belt there. They had a belt there for $10. I'm like, sure. What's the one from the Ben Shapiro video? That was Home Depot. Ben Shapiro went into Home Depot and bought a board, and he got a bag. I love Menards. It's just fun to walk around. Oh yeah, Menards, I like it. It's a fun store to walk around in because they got all sorts of stuff. They sell food in there. They have like a small grocery section. They have pet stuff. They have appliances. They have all like the hardware stuff. It's a gigantic store. They've got all sorts of stuff. Does anybody here do a white elephant gift exchange in their family? It's a pretty popular trend to do. Menards sounds like Canadian Tire up here. It's a lot like Canadian Tire. I've always wanted to go to a Canadian Tire though. I've never been to Canada, but if I ever go, I'm like, I want to stop by Canadian Tire. As a hardware store enthusiast. You guys do. So yeah, a few of you do. Isn't it always just a lot of fun? For me, it's always one of the highlights of the holiday get-together with the family. It's a way to make it like, you know, a little bit more fun and relaxed, because it's like you're getting each other gifts and you're exchanging gifts, but it's all like funny, like random stuff. You know, a lot of times the gifts that you get people are kind of funny, right? Like that's what I got. Mine was like, I got stuff that was just funny. It's fun because we have a steal option. Yep, a lot of, that's a part of the game for a lot of people. We'll have to give a rundown on how White Elephant works if you're ever curious about it, but yeah, it's like a gag gift exchange. And then when it's your turn, you can either open a new present or you can steal a gift that somebody else has opened. We had one where everybody kept stealing the monkey butt powder. See, exactly. This is why a White Elephant gift exchange is so hilarious. It's one of the best parts of the holiday get-together, is because stuff like that happens. I have a feeling that the peach LED neon light, I have a feeling that this is gonna do pretty well. In the past, I've also got things like those inexpensive, like little Nerf guns. Because they'll have little Nerf guns that are only like a couple bucks. It's like, those are pretty fun. And then you've got people like shooting darts at each other, or like, you know, just, I like to get gifts that people can open right then and like play around with at the party. I hope I get to try the White Elephant gift exchange with a bunch of friends one day. I would encourage you to, you know, if that's something like you could even try to organize it and put it together. I'm sure it would be a lot of fun. You know, most people, they'll like set a limit with how much you can spend too, like, because it's not meant to be anything expensive. Most people will limit it. It's like you have there's a dollar amount limit. You know, you can't spend more than like $5-10 bucks. I'll never forget the time we did Secret Santa at work and everyone got great gifts except for me. My boss gave me a kid's toy that didn't work. I would be more bitter if he didn't get fired for SA. Yeah. Like, what do you expect? A terrible person. You know what would have been more awkward, though? Hold on, I'm thinking about it. You know what I think would be even more awkward? Is if he got you a really good gift, and then you had to, like, throw it away when you found out that he was a sexual assaulter. You're like, ew, I can't even keep this gift anymore now. Like, that, to me, would have been even more awkward. But the fact that he gave you, like, a gift that was just, like, broken and, like, didn't even work, so you were just able to, like, get rid of it and just, you know what I mean? I feel like it would have been much more of a mind fuck if it's like, damn, I have to get rid of that. It's like sitting on your mantle. Like, shit, that sucks. Or you forget about it and somebody comes over and they're like, oh, where'd you get this? You're like, oh, that, ooh, actually, that's kind of awkward. I'm glad to be a fan of you and Casey, man. Well, thank you, DJ Willie. Thank you. Glad to have you. But yeah, when it comes to like setting a white elephant gift exchange, like set a dollar amount that's comfortable for the people who will be attending. You know, if the people who are going to be attending, you know, just let them know there's like a maximum, like that way nobody's going to be too put out for cash. My family, we keep it pretty cheap, which I don't mind, more affordable for me, but we keep it pretty... In past years, the limit used to be like $5, but that's had to be adjusted for inflation. I think we're working at like a $10 limit right now. $90 for Joy-Cons. Yes, I got priced out of the Switch 2. I'm just like, I can't. I have a Switch 1 that I never played. Like, why? This is far too expensive for a console that I'm never gonna play. Five Below is a great store for white elephant gifts. You can find all sorts of like fun little quirky gift items. It's also not a bad place if you're shopping for like some gifts for some kids. They got some pretty decent stuff there, not gonna lie. Five Below is actually probably going to be popping off this year because of the economy. I bet a lot of people are going to be popping into Five Below to do some Christmas shopping. Alrighty, let's move it forward. It was nice to talk to you about White Elephant. Let's talk a little bit about preventing holiday burnout. We can feel a little bit burnt out with all of the demands placed upon us by the holiday season. So first up, it's important that we prioritize our time. We want to identify what's most important to us and let go of the less meaningful obligations. You know, who are the people that you want to see? Who are the people that you want to spend time with? Who is it important that you connect with over the holiday? Make sure to find time to do that. That might involve shifting some things around, especially if we've got a busy schedule. Next up, it's important to learn how to say no. You might find yourself getting invited to stuff or having obligations that you just can't really keep up with. And so we want to offer polite declines so that we can prevent overcommitment. You know, like, oh, I'd love to, but I have other plans. What we're trying to do here is protect our energy by prioritizing what matters most to us. Feeling stretched too thin? Has anybody ever been in that position before? I would say that, you know, if you're the type of person who has a lot of family to visit, or you've got a lot of obligations, or, you know, you're the one who's facilitating or hosting, or, you know, working behind the scenes to make the holiday happen, or if you're trying to work extra hours so that you can afford the holiday, you know, it's like, it's a time where people are feeling stretched. Which is why it's important to schedule some downtime and self-care. It's the holiday. We want to try to relax whenever we can. We need to treat relaxation as a priority. Even if we're just doing some small actions, remembering to take deep breaths, maybe doing a little bit of journaling, maybe taking a walk, anything that can help us to stay regulated. That's what it's all about. Stress can deregulate you. It can make things more difficult. So what we want to try to do is just stay on top of it and manage it. And if you are in a position where you have to get a lot done for the holiday, like maybe you're the one hosting, or you've got a lot of organization or effort or whatever it is that you need to put in, you know, try to delegate those tasks. We want to try to share in those responsibilities with family and friends. Like for Thanksgiving, when I had my family come over, everybody was like, "What do you want me to bring?" You know, it wasn't even a question. It was just, it was expected that they would be bringing something. I didn't need to ask anybody to bring stuff, but it was just kind of like, oh, hey, okay, yeah, you can bring this and you can bring this. That way I don't have to worry about it. Don't worry, I'll handle this and that and the other. But you guys bring this and you guys bring that, and then it'll be great. I have seen some people online, and I don't think that this is a very popular take, but I have seen people make this take where it's like, they'll badmouth people like bringing stuff as food, like doing like a potluck, or, you know, bringing things to a holiday dinner. They're just like, I don't think so. Like, for me, that's just the way it's always been, and I like it that way, because it's nice. And anyway, I've just seen people online trying to like badmouth it, just be like, why are you relying on other people to bring food? It's like, we're happy to do that, you know, we're happy to come together and share, and it's, I don't know, I've never thought of it as like a, anyway, that's how we do it. Grandparents host and do the turkey, everyone brings the sides. That's what's normal for me, you know? But yeah, I saw, like, I'd never really considered that take before, but I saw it on the internet, and it was like, trying to say it was trashy to do like a potluck for your holiday dinner, and I'm like, I don't feel that way. Like, I don't mind if everybody cooks something and everybody brings something. I feel like if anything, it adds to the event. It's like, you know, because everybody gets to make a dish, and everybody gets to, you know what I mean. Believe and trust in Jesus as your Lord and Savior and receive forgiveness and eternal life. Amen. I admire Jesus. He's a socialist icon. I just wish that the people who were in power and authority, both in the government and in these large religious institutions, would recognize and celebrate the socialist roots of Jesus' teachings. Hopefully we can return to finding the way. Amen. Anti-potluck reeks of classism. I agree. I like anybody who's anti-potluck, it's just like, yep. God forbid we love our neighbor. It's true, I'm supposed to love my neighbor, but if I kiss him, it's a problem? Like, you're just confusing me here, Bible. Make up your mind. Am I supposed to love him or not? I'm only anti-potluck when it comes to that one lady and her son. Put some respect on Josh and Mama. That's one of my favorite YouTube channels. We'll watch their video after the presentation. We'll do a palate cleanser and I'll show you some Josh and Mama. Let's carry through, shall we? I'm weird with work potlucks. Work potlucks are a different story for me. It's like, I don't know these people. When it's my family, though, it's like, I'm okay with it. Work potlucks, it's like, I don't know. I don't know what your house looks like. I don't know what's going on in there. You can at least take a polite, respectful nibble. You don't have to dig in. You can at least get a taste. You can let them know, that was good. I'm just so full from eating everything. Just take a bite to be polite. Alright, we've got a bit more ground to cover here in this presentation. We're going to talk with how we can cope with loneliness and grief during the holiday season. A quick 1, 2, 3 if you've ever had to deal with feelings of either loneliness or grief during the holiday season. Any 1, 2, 3? Quick 1, 2, 3 for me? I know I have. I'll 1, 2, 3 myself. So as you can see, it's a pretty common thing, right? To have to deal with those types of feelings. A lot of it has to do with the fact that our emotions are amplified during this time. We talked about that before. It's a milestone event. And when we have to go through that alone or hurting, it feels even worse. The impact is even heavier. So first up, we want to make sure to acknowledge these feelings. It's okay to feel sadness or loss during the holidays. Don't hide from those feelings. You know, if there are people that you're missing, if there are people that you've lost, Allow yourself to feel those feelings. Don't run from them. They're gonna catch up to you eventually. And so just allow yourself to feel it so that we can keep going. I'm going to be dealing with the first Christmas without my Polish grandmother. Her spirit's going to be floating about 3 inches behind your shoulder, so she's going to be right there the whole time. So don't worry, she's going to be watching you, making sure you're not goofing off in the kitchen. Don't worry, she won't be far. That's the way I feel, at least. I feel like the people that I'm missing, they're hanging out. They're just right behind me. Another helpful way to cope with feelings of loneliness and grief is to create meaningful new traditions. Every tradition has to get started somewhere, and so maybe this year is a good time to work on creating something new and meaningful. It can be a new way to celebrate. You know, you can marathon the Lord of the Rings extended editions. It's a good option. You can find a way to honor your lost loved ones. You know, make their favorite food, or make a food that reminds you of them, or listen to their favorite music, watch their favorite film. I don't know how to cope with sadness in the moment. Do I just abruptly excuse myself to go cry if others are around me? If you were to ask me, the real play is to just do it right there in front of everybody. And if anybody notices, if anybody turns to you and says, "Oh, are you okay? Why are you crying? Are you alright?" Just being like, "I'm just really feeling the love right now." And then give them a big hug. Trust me, it'll hit way different than if you feel like crying is something I have to go do shamefully all alone in the bathroom. You gotta remember, this is your holiday season, and you can do what you need to bring meaning to it. You know, if you feel like the meaning has been lost because you're missing somebody, you know, you get to be the one that determines what it means to you. And you can craft new traditions that bring meaning to it. In tomorrow's presentation, because this is a 3-parter, we're going to really go more into that. We're going to talk more about how we can cultivate more holiday joy. And so if you've enjoyed this presentation or the previous one, you're going to like the third one. The third one might be my favorite. I'm going to buy stockings for my cats. That is very cute, and that's a good idea. Now, this one might sound a little obvious, this one might sound a little simple, but seeking connection is a great way to cope with loneliness and grief. If we are lonely, if we are hurting, we need to be the one to reach out. Whether it be to friends or family, whether it be by attending community events or volunteering. There are people out there who would love to see you, but you have to be the one to go and find them. You know, within your community, there are probably many different opportunities to participate in holiday-related events, such as helping to distribute or wrap Christmas presents that have been donated for underprivileged children, or by helping to, provide meals or food, or working for like a coat drive. There's all sorts of stuff that goes on during the holiday season, and I can guarantee that a bunch of those places need volunteers, and they would be very happy to see you. But if we have no friends and family doesn't care when grieving losing someone, if the family doesn't care, we need to figure out why that is. Is it because they just don't have the capacity for it? They just aren't wired to care in that way? Or do we need to sit down with them and explain to them why this is so important? Maybe we can get through to them and let them know, like, hey, I'm really hurting right now and I need to talk to you about this. The worst thing that can happen is that things stay the same and that they just aren't available for you, but I feel like it's at least worth a shot. But if that's the case, it's just a matter of finding new friends, forming new connections. Which might not be as hard as we think it is. Lastly, if you really find yourself struggling with loneliness and grief, I would encourage you to consider professional support, whether in the form of therapy or in a support group. There's all sorts of support groups available out there. It's not like you'd have to, therapy can be expensive. It can take time to get in, but, maybe you're in therapy already. Maybe you've already got that connection. Or you can look into finding a support group in your community. It could be a valuable resource because many people are struggling during the holidays. Therapy is far too expensive. Therapy should cost no more than $50. We can get you on a payment plan. We can get you on a... We need to find an online caretaker support group, ideally. I'm sure they exist. There's a lot of online groups, if you're limited in transportation, or if you're, out in the country and there just aren't very many local opportunities. Online groups are always an option. But if you do have the means of going to like an in-person group, I would encourage you to do that because it really does just hit differently. Therapy should be based on your income. Ultimately, if you want me to be real, I think it should be free. I think the government should pay for it, if you ask me. Just think of how much money it would save if people got the mental health care that they needed. Think about how much financial damage is done to the world because of mental health care. All of that productivity loss because of anxiety and depression. Paying for therapy could save money. Amazingly, how the more expensive the therapist is, the more outwardly hateful the therapist becomes. Now that can be true. Some therapists therapists are human, and they have to deal with all of the same quirks and issues that people have, and so you'll see therapists who are just very egotistical, very self-assured, and they feel very confident, just like being very flagrant and charging a whole bunch of money, and they just... doesn't mean that they're any good just because they're more expensive. Anyway, I think therapy should be free. That's why I do what I do. I want to bring the healing back to the people. I'm tired of healing from mental anguish being trapped behind a paywall. But hey, if you'd like to subscribe and support the channel, that would be much appreciated. You know, we're only able to do what we do because of the support of viewers like you, so thank you. I appreciate you greatly. My therapist is a psych intern, and I had to agree to be recorded, but that gave me access to 20 free sessions. You know, I'm glad you brought that up, because that is also an option. People who are training to become therapists need to do therapy so that they can practice. And so you can often get access to free services if you're willing to do it with a student. The quality of care would probably still be pretty good because they would have to do it under the supervision of their instructor and stuff, so... Anyway, just to kind of wrap up with loneliness and grief, I just want to add, we're going to be doing a movie night tonight in the Discord, so if you want to come hang out with us, it's our Thursday night routine. I was thinking about the Muppets Christmas Carol. I was referencing it the other day, and I'm like, we should watch the Muppets Christmas Carol. The Muppets Christmas Carol is the best rendition of A Christmas Carol. It's also one of the best Christmas movies. What time? We'll be going at 8 p.m. Central. Yeah, Michael Caine plays Ebenezer Scrooge. He gives a fantastic performance, even though all of his co-actors are Muppets. It's fantastic. Alright, let's continue. Let's talk about handling holiday triggers. Now, for many of us, there might be things that can be extra stressful or triggering during the holidays, so let's talk a little bit about how we can handle those. In order to prepare ourselves for potential tough moments, it's good to have a clear idea going in of which grounding techniques, which calming mantras I will use when I get stressed. Now, just have an idea of what you will do to help yourself if stress does start to surface. Just a quick example, something like I'm safe, grounded. I am in control of how I respond. Just a nice reminder, a nice affirmation. Something that could help you to de-escalate if you start to get too stressed. It might also be a good idea to communicate your needs in advance. You know, if you have preferences or boundaries, share those with loved ones ahead of time. You know, if there's certain things that you don't want to talk about, or if you feel like you're going to need to leave early, or you can't stay too long because you're just feeling too overwhelmed, it's like, it's okay. Just communicate your needs. And you can do it ahead of time, even. And don't forget, it's up to you to respect your own boundaries. And sometimes you have to be the one to enforce those boundaries when necessary. People might try to test your boundaries. You might not want to talk about a certain thing, and they might try to push you on that subject. In which case, it's up to you to enforce that boundary. You get to decide what it is that you want to talk about. You get to decide who it is that you talk to and for how long you talk to them. You're not locked in or stuck in any of these situations. You always have the right to step away. And lastly, stay present, stay mindful, stay aware. Try to focus on the aspects of the holiday that you enjoy, instead of dwelling on the difficult parts and spiraling. So quick, give me some examples. What are some of the aspects of the holiday that you enjoy? Food. Some people earlier were talking about how, you know, it's nice to hang out with the kids at the holiday party. You know, if the adults are a bummer, go hang out at the kids' table, see what they're up to. Oh, you guys are coloring? You guys are playing a game? Hell yeah, count me in. You guys are playing Uno? Oh, we're playing Uno? Oh, I'm going in. Seeing other people be happy, that's one of the ultimate cheat codes for life. If you can be happy when other people are happy, it's a win-win, my friend. My sister and I have a tradition of doing decorations to the house. Each year it gets bigger and bigger because we keep buying things. It's very cute, and I'm sure that that's a tradition that both of you hold dear. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about. What aspects of the holiday do you enjoy? Because that's what it's all about, and that's what really matters. If we just focus and dwell on the difficult parts, we're going to end up spiraling out, and it's going to be a miserable time. And I'm not saying that you can't think about them. I'm not saying you have to not think about them or you have to avoid them. All I'm saying is don't dwell on them. Acknowledge it, recognize it, validate it, and then move on from it. I like that stupid Mariah Carey song. And that's okay. You're allowed to like it. You're allowed to like Wham's Last Christmas. You're allowed to like All I Want for Christmas Is You. Gotta run, but I'm looking forward to tomorrow's presentation. Oh yeah, tomorrow's presentation, it's about cultivating holiday joy. So we're gonna talk about, you know, what can we do to build some new traditions, some ideas behind that, and yeah, it'll be fun. Wham's Last Christmas is the most goated Christmas song ever, we would have some people in chat that might disagree with you. The Sabrina Carpenter Chapel Roan cover of that song is pretty good. Paul McCartney simply having a wonderful Christmas time. You might be the one person who has that as their favorite song, and that makes you special. I saw a post where somebody said that the lyrics to that song sound like Paul McCartney was caught doing some sort of occult pagan ritual and they had to distract everybody by pretending that they were actually doing Christmas stuff. The moon is right. The lights are low. We're here tonight and that's enough. All right. We're in the home stretch. Let's talk a little bit about navigating the holidays with intention. This is something that we want to go through and we want to be aware, we want to be mindful, and we want to do it with intention because that's how we're gonna survive. So first off, give yourself grace. Because the goal is not to have a perfect holiday. The goal is to navigate the holiday with connection and care. You know, so you might have times where you feel down, you might have times where you feel stressed or sad or scared or grief. That's okay. So long as we navigate those challenges with connection and care. Number 2, focus on what you can control. We cannot control what other people do or say. We can only control how we respond. And so that should be your focus. How do I respond to what's going on around me? You know, if another person says or does something that makes me uncomfortable, how do I respond to that? Focus on maintaining your boundaries. Focus on practicing good self-care. Just trying to maintain a healthy perspective. These are all key. So I have some questions for you. Which strategies have you found to be helpful in navigating your holiday stress? And what's a strategy from today that you might try this holiday season? Boundaries. Boundaries, boundaries, boundaries. Are you familiar with cellular biology? Whenever I think boundaries, I think of like a cell membrane. Remember biology class? You remember learning about cell membranes? It's that outer wall of the cell, and it chooses what it lets in and what it lets out. That's you. That's your boundaries. You get to determine what it is that you allow to come in, and you allow to determine what it is that goes out. You don't want those boundaries to be too loose. You don't want to just let anything in. That's how you get poisoned. That's how you get toxified. But you don't want your boundaries to be so rigid that there's no exchange whatsoever, because then you will asphyxiate. You'll starve. There needs to be that healthy exchange, give and take. Finding that balance is difficult. True. Because if it were easy, you would have done it already. But I get the feeling that you like a challenge. You know, the thing about balance is there's going to be a lot of little corrections. You know, think about somebody standing on a tightrope. They're not just standing straight up on the tightrope. They're going like this. You know, so balance isn't just... It's a series of many little micro adjustments as you work towards maintaining that balanced state. Oh, you did the find the pickle thing? I knew somebody a long time ago whose family did the find the pickle on the tree. That was the first time that I had ever seen that before. Germans? Is it a German thing? That makes sense. Komm mal rüber, Kinder. Es ist Zeit zum Finden dem Köke im dem Tannenbaum. I love the German language. It's so serious, but it's also so unserious. It's the most serious, unserious language I've ever seen. That's why I love it. It's like, how dare you misgender the washing machine? Also, here's a word where it's 15 words mashed together. Let's bring it on home. We're wrapping it up. Some final thoughts for you. The holidays, they can be a difficult and stressful time, but we have the power to redefine what they mean to us. When we approach the holiday season with mindfulness and grace, we can rediscover what it is that makes them so special. And so, in part 3, we'll explore some ways to cultivate holiday joy and build meaningful new traditions. So we hope to see you tomorrow for that one. That will be the conclusion of our Holiday Survival Guide trilogy. I need others to validate the plastic wrap ball. I've heard of that before. You have stuff and it's like wrapped in a big ball of plastic, and then you have so many seconds to unwrap, and then you have to pass it to the next person or something like that. Yeah, I know the one. Thank you for all of this. You are welcome. I've posted both parts 1 and part 2 in the Discord. They're here in the Show Talk channel. I posted the slides for part 1 and part 2. I'll post part 3 tomorrow. I still have to update it. I gotta give it a little update before tomorrow. I love the redefine statement. Thank you. It really is what it's all about. It's like, if the idea of the holiday season is one that's very painful to you right now, that's okay. Just recognize that it doesn't always have to be that way, and that you can make things more enjoyable. You can redefine it. You can craft something meaningful for you. A lot of self-help for me comes down to reframing. Reframing, honestly, is like a superpower once you get the knack for it. Because you'll find that there aren't very many things that you can't reframe. It's like being a good lawyer. Yeah, I'm excited for part 3. If you want a copy of these slides, you can type !slides, or again, I said I posted them in the Discord, so you can find them there too. Anyway, this presentation series, we did it last year, we did it this year, and we'll probably be doing it next year too. It's one that's, really important to me as somebody who, I've had some time where like the holiday season just wasn't what it used to be. And there were a lot of hard feelings and grief wrapped up into it, but it is possible to go through that. And it is possible to create something new for yourself so that you can rediscover what it is that makes the holiday special. Danke. Ah, bitte. Danke. Ist Deutsch. German for thank you. Danke. Not the Dutch. No, not the Dutch. Deutsch. Deutschland is the German name for Germany. Don't confuse them with the Dutch. You will offend them greatly. And whatever you do, do not confuse them with Austrians, even though they speak basically the same language. Technically, Dutch is just a German dialect anyways. It's true. Also, if you if you learn German, you'll be surprised with the similarities with English too. Oop. There Didn't expect that to play. All right, a little palate cleanser.
Mama, what are you making?
Josh, it's gonna be a hot dog casserole when I get done with it.
I thought you was gonna put the whole thing on it.
These are bite size. When I was a kid.
When I was a kid
When
in
was
the
a kid?
1930s. Oh, my stomach's growling.
Well, good.
How old is this cheese?
Let them melt.
That wasn't my question. Oh my god!
I told you that.
How is it crispy? Ketchup. You gonna put ketchup? How is it?
Tastes like a hot dog.
For real?
Yes, for real. What do you mean?
Mama, what are you?
What?
It's dirty.
That is not dirty.
So what do you call yourself making?
I'm gonna make some caramel.
How do you do it?
I'm gonna just stick this little can right in here. And we're gonna let it sit.
How long do you cook it for?
8 hours. And then after the 8 hours, you can't open it till it cools. So you might as well add another hour on top of that.
All right, so it's the next morning.
Yes. This has been sitting out all night cooling. So let's see if it works. Look at that. And you know how much I love caramel.
I know.
So I'm going to be able to tell if this is caramel or not. Oh my gosh.
It's caramel?
Oh my gosh. This is so caramel. What?
Now that actually is how you take sweetened condensed milk and you heat it. It's DJ Khaled. It's how you make dulce de leche. Dulce de leche. So that's a relatively normal cooking video for
Mama.
them.
What?
Baked beans on the apples.
It's an apple pie baked beans.
Is this what he did in his recipe?
Mm-hmm. It is.
That's exactly what he did. And the law wasn't called.
It shouldn't be a thing, but it is. Okay?
That don't mean you got to make it.
We can try it.
Oh,
Did this?
Oh, what's his name? So everybody knows it.
Now, he made like a whole heap of these baked beans. We're not doing that. We're making a little.
Well, you might like it. You might wish you had a whole heap.
Well, we're going to try it first.
Oh,
That's what I said.
mustard and barbecue sauce and baked beans and apples.
And apples. Ooh,
It keeps going.
it does.
Oh, you act like you made this before. You said shh, 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 shh.
This is a barbecue rub. I actually had to buy this because I don't know.
Well, I know you didn't have that.
He did not measure.
Dang,
Look, he did not measure.
Mama.
I know.
So basically what you see on this channel a lot is she'll be on TikTok and she'll get tagged in some awful recipe and then she'll be like, well, I had to make it. I had to try it.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
We're gonna mix all this up.
That's how we got macaroni and
I think
cheese
that's good.
apple
What you
pie.
think?
That's how we got the fake apple pie, where it's just made of like crackers and apple juice.
All right.
I don't know where the pineapples, mayonnaise, and cheese came
I
from.
hear it too.
Oh, look at it.
You can smell the apples. No way.
What?
That's good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Pineapples, mayo, and cheese.
Y'all, my
Okay,
Aunt
yeah,
Jennifer.
you're in for it with this one.
Hey y'all, I'm Mama and I'm hosting Thanksgiving dinner and I am super excited to be sharing my apple pie, macaroni and cheese.
Hi, I'm Melissa, and I brought the Milo's tea. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey y'all, I'm Jen Jen, and I brought pineapples, mayonnaise, and cheese.
Oh, and you got fancy with the cherries?
With the cherry. Also, this year I brought the brown rice.
Hey y'all, this is Shay Shay. I'm Josh's grandma. I come to Thanksgiving dinner. I brought the drinks. Y'all have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Love y'all.
Hey, I'm Josie. I brought the pizza rolls.
I'm Anne Marie, and I brought my famous lima beans and mayonnaise.
My name's Peyton, and I got the beer.
What's up, y'all? And I'm Josh, and I brought my appetite. I'm about to eat and eat and eat until I can't eat no more. I hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving, and hell, let's go eat.
And nobody can take off to help you, Mama. That's just...
No, I do this every year.
I know. Dang.
Where is all that coming from?
Ooh. Were you wanting thin slices or big slices? Because sometimes...
Let's do a couple of them thin and then a couple of them thick.
What flavor are you putting on the chicken?
Lemon pepper. I know you like that.
How is it gonna fit? Oh yeah.
There it goes.
And how long is that gotta cook?
For a whole hour.
Oh.
What kind of bean is that?
I thought it was all the same bean.
This tastes like your bread and butter pickles. They do. What? Those are some pretty potatoes.
How did I do with the ham? I got the pineapples and brown sugar on there.
You did good. You're learning. I like that.
Oh, you got a real lemon today?
Look, I don't know how old this lemon is.
What?
I don't know how old it is. It's been in your refrigerator.
You want me to stir it for you?
No, don't touch that. No. I gotta slice the turkey.
Why are you yelling?
I still got to finish the macaroni.
Oh. Oh.
The microwave chicken cooker.
Yeah.
You just have to microwave it for half an hour, and then you've got a chicken. I like that she got the turkey spam.
It's fine.
Dang, one jar might be enough.
Mm-hmm. I'll have that extra jar left over.
Right.
My gosh.
What?
Are you serious?
Is that side still good?
Yeah, this is good.
What?
I gotta chop up these apples.
You know, we about should have done 2 cans.
Of apples?
Yeah. So that's what I was just thinking.
Well, I'm not going back to the store.
We should make apple pie, macaroni, and cheese for my family's
The
Christmas
chicken,
party.
Pie.
Like I saw this on YouTube.
Turkey, ham.
ham, the 3-bean salad.
Right. So everything's ready just to be popped in the oven tomorrow.
Right. And then that way, I don't have.
Breathe.
Well, I still got to get through tomorrow.
And nobody can take off to help you.
The rage bait food vids are so scary. This isn't even rage bait. This is just how they cook.
Hey y'all, happy Thanksgiving. Okay, this is going to be our
Thanksgiving spread was
dinner this year.
legendary.
We did change it up a little bit, but not a lot. So we've got the oven roasted turkey with gravy.
Mm-hmm.
We've got our traditional canned ham with pineapples.
And we've been eating this like since I was a little kid. Like this.
I like, yeah, like some of us probably, this was kind of what ours looked like. I refuse to believe they're real. They are real. They're amongst us right now.
This is all I've known.
We have the apple pie macaroni and cheese.
Look at that crust on there.
I know. I think this is the prettiest macaroni I've ever made.
Yeah. And y'all, I made this. I threw this together. I got some leaves out the yard, and this was a leftover pumpkin from Halloween. I like that. Like it just feels
It's a nice
fall-y.
little centerpiece. It is. We've got brown rice.
It's so wet.
We've got 3-bean salad. We've got our buttered toast.
Mm-hmm.
Our lima beans with mayonnaise.
The buttered
The
toast.
pineapples, mayonnaise, and cheese with the cherry on top this
Now
time.
y'all got fancy with it.
We did with this one.
Jennifer was feeling herself with the cherry.
And we've got our mock apple pie made of Ritz crackers.
Yeah.
Now, we love this.
Oh, I know. I should have made one just for me. I
Well,
think it's good.
You know what we need to do is I need to show you how to make it so you can make your own. And we also have pizza roll for the kids.
My
is
mom
what we
made
have.
a lot of
'cause
wet but uncooked rice.
somebody might not
Just
eat
needs
Noah's not gonna
to be
No,
cooked
I know
longer.
he's not. He is, but he loves
Cook
pizza
it till the
rolls.
water's
And I got my
gone.
chicken that I cooked in the microwave cooker.
Mm-hmm. That came out super moist.
I
Like,
know.
really moist.
This is like one of the best things we got.
Yeah.
I love this.
All right, y'all. So that's Mama's.
Mock apple with Ritz is pretty good. So you've tried it? I've never tried it. I first heard of it from this channel. Anyway, this channel is it's one of my favorites. What I just thought was interesting was how they didn't make they had apple pie, but they didn't make an apple pie. They made apple pie macaroni and cheese and a fake apple pie that was made out of crackers. Boiled burgers. Oh yeah, the boiled burgers. The water burger. Some of you here have probably had water burgers. We've got some questions in the box, by the way, and we'll get back to that here in no time. We're just doing a little palate cleanser.
Mama.
Like the chicken Alfredo I made the other week,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do spaghetti. There's a lot of beef seasoning in this packet.
This just seems like more steps than actual spaghetti. It smells so good.
It smells like lasagna almost. That's a lot of noodles. Josh. Look.
You're proud of yourself.
I am proud of myself. I am because it worked. You know what I'm saying? You always doubt me.
Mama. It makes one whole tortilla.
I just ate 20 tortillas.
Hey, Mama, what's for breakfast?
Grits, eggs, and bacon.
Oh, thank God. Oh. So what are you making?
I'm making us a shrimp boil.
Dang. Oh, this is looking good already.
And it ain't even done yet. I don't know.
And just think how healthy this is.
Mm-hmm. I know it. I love these little potatoes.
I know.
We want to do half a stick in each, and then we can add some more later. What are you thinking? Or do you want a whole stick in yours now?
I think half a stick is fine. I just called this thing healthy.
I messed you up, didn't I?
You can hit mine again.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Tell me when.
Hit me again.
Again? You want some more?
Like I'm at Hit Smart. Just bought fish.
Let's go 30 minutes.
Oh.
Let's start 30 minutes on these. There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Lord.
Oh, my Lord.
Wow.
And now the bags are, what are they
Oh, they're
doing?
moving.
Oh, that smells so good.
What you going in first?
I was gonna say, I don't know where to start. Told you, didn't I?
Dang. Do what?
I'm gonna have to break it up into 2 meals.
Oh, we got lunch and dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Cause heck, you could just probably eat what you want out of it, close it back up, and then put it back in the oven when you want dinner.
Does
Just
it
to
melt
heat
the
up.
plastic?
Yeah, you
It looks like one of the plastic bags that they make that you can like cook stuff in. It's like they do that for like turkeys and stuff. You put your little turkey in a bag. The microplastics, though, I'm sure that's. Trying to get my macroplastics
I'm
in.
scared to look in here.
It's just chicken.
That's even scarier. What are you making again?
Chicken and rice.
Oh. Okay. Mama.
You don't think I can what? This is the same thing as chicken broth, okay? And we cook stuff in chicken broth all the time.
That is not the same thing as chicken broth.
Why is it not?
How's it looking?
She's actually.
Yeah, well, the rice from
She's
the
actually not wrong on that one.
Stir that up. What is that? This is what I'm eating. Oh, look, that chicken's falling apart.
Oh, yeah, it's tender.
Just don't tell me how you made it, and I would have ate it.
What?
Yeah, what else did you add to this? Some random barbecue sauce? And this is dinner?
Yes.
What you thinking about making?
Chicken spaghetti? Does that sound okay?
Cooks al dente in 10 minutes. We ever figure out what al dente means?
What does it mean?
Let's see this premium chicken. Oh, wow. Why are you standing so far back?
Because it's popping everywhere.
Mama, these have been going for like 20 minutes. I think they al dente.
The noodles? I'll turn them off.
Wow.
You want some toast?
I'm going to McDonald's.
What was the name of the meatballs guy? Oh,
refrigerator.
Grubology. Oh yeah, he's got some good videos. He also made some good-looking meatballs. Meatball, meatball, meatball. I'm gonna have to search.
They ain't ever taught you how to make meatballs? Well, I got you, baby boy. It's a meatball. We need some meat. We need a pound of ground beef and a pound of ground pork. We need 1 egg per pound of meat, so we need 2 eggs. We're gonna add a cup of breadcrumbs, half a cup per pound of meat, 4 cloves of garlic, 2 cloves per pound of meat. Add parsley to your liking, salt, cracked black pepper, and of course, some people add milk. I like to add a little bit of mozzarella. Now we're gonna massage our meat and give it a happy ending. Now we're gonna shape these into my favorite shape, balls. Come over to your sink. Get them nice and wet. If you do it with dry mitts, the meat's gonna stick to your hand. Get a nice chunk, and now you're gonna make this nice shape. You see what I'm doing here? I'm really massaging that meat together. That's a ball. Now that your meatballs are hand flavored, we're gonna cook them. Super generous amount of olive oil. Meatballs in the pot. Slightly maneuver them back and forth. This guy not ready. All right, there you go. We got him. Flip that sucker. You see this right here? This is that perfectly melanated meatball. That's like sacred geometry. You have two options now. You can either bake it, so you can do whatever you want with it, or you can add it to a sauce to make it a gravy. We need 1 onion. That felt a little fruity, so we're gonna use a shallot. 5 cloves of garlic, 1 can of concentrated tomato paste. Now we're gonna anoint the sauce with some red wine. This is gonna deglaze the bottom of the pan of all that gorgeous fond. 1 can of San Marzan tomatoes. Fill that can with water, dump it in. Get in there and hand flavor your tomatoes. Bring your sauce to a boil and add your beautiful balls into the sauce. Suck it in, read it a bedtime story. If you got any juice, add it in. Drop this down to a simmer, cover it. It's been about 2.5 hours. Look at that gorgeous gravy. After you cut the heat, add your basil. See how fast it cooks? That's why we don't put it in at the beginning. It'd be criminal. We're gonna fish out that monstrous ball right on that plate. Always baptized. Without cheese, straight to jail. Tell me when, tell me when. We gotta examine the inside of the meatball. It'd be criminal to use a fork for this. So, man. This is phenomenal. Out of this world. When you put the meatballs in the sauce and it's transformed into a gravy, think about me. Love you. Bye.
I don't care for meatballs much. Who asked you? If you have like a homemade meatball, it's totally different. If you're used to having like store-bought frozen meatballs, yeah, those are gross. Just a picky eater. Well, get over it. Picky eater, skill issue. Missing out on all that flavor. Alright, we got some questions in the box. We're going to get back to it. And a little palate cleanser there. Needed to reset my brain by watching some cooking videos. Why did my heart feel like it was coming out of my chest and my hands were shaking like crazy after getting off the phone with one of my patients who were yelling at me, when realistically I didn't really care for what I was calling for or why she was upset and yelling. FYI, it was not medically significant. It was just to ask if she has been exercising and such for Medicare guidelines for the program she was enrolled in. I'm assuming because my parents used to yell at me, and they still do, but as a kid it really impacted me, I guess. It's just annoying when my body goes into that danger mode when I don't care. You know, being yelled at is stressful. And when we have history with being yelled at and it causing a great deal of stress within us, it makes sense that that's how we would respond, because we're responding in a way that our bodies have been conditioned to respond. But the good news is that by being aware of it, and by practicing different techniques to help regulate ourselves and ground ourselves when we do get agitated, we can change that response. And so I think you were right about, that assessment that you did. You were, recognizing that it's like, well, it was something that happened to me a lot when I was growing up, and it really impacted me. And that wound is still there. That wound is still in the process of mending. And so I would just show yourself some grace, recognize what's going on, take a step away, take a break. It's never fun to get yelled at, and it can rile some feelings up within us. Especially when you're working in a field where you're trying to help people. That's one of the unexpected challenges of working in like a medical field or the mental health field. It's like you're going into that field because you're trying to help people. And then to have people respond to your offers for help with anger and frustration, it's stressful. It's a stressful thing. I think another part of it might be the fact that it wasn't something that you expected to happen. Allow me to explain. You said yourself that the reason why you were calling wasn't anything that was that significant. And so you expected this phone call to go a certain way. You expected this phone call to just, like, okay, yep, there you go. That's it. That's the phone call. But instead, you got a completely different response than you were expecting. And so sometimes, it's not just about the fact that you got yelled at. It's also the fact that you were expecting one thing and you got a completely different response. And so that can trigger the panic feeling as well. Because what you expected to happen did not happen, and instead something awful happened. You see what I mean? Like, if you were going to make a phone call to somebody and you expected that they were going to be pissed off and that they might yell at you, it might not have even been that big of a deal if you had expected that going in. And so I think it was just the fact that it was unexpected, that it kind of came out of nowhere, and that it also awoke some old responses from within you. I've heard horror stories from a former psych nurse on a podcast. The worst is callous management in a healthcare system that's so broken that patients are dangerous from lack of administrative, well-funded systems. Oh yeah, there are definitely some horror stories that exist in those underfunded systems. I've heard terrible stories of people getting, like, brutally murdered, and it's frightening. And you go into this field because you're wanting to help people. But it's, sometimes people can act in unexpected and even dangerous ways. Should I go to an Xmas party even though I got a new job and left on good terms, but the reason is I even entertain the notion is because my partner still works there? The reason I left is because the new owners are toxic business people that don't understand boundaries. My partner is in a different department and a different personality than me, and they don't bug her like they would fuck with me. I don't want to make it difficult if I have to interact with them in the future. Former coworkers. Oh, so your partner still works there and they're going to the Christmas party and you would be invited by extension because you're their partner? It's like, I don't know. Are there people there that you would like to see or people that you might like to talk to? Like, you don't have to talk to the people that you don't like if you don't want to. You get to decide who you spend time with, who you engage with. I think it could be fun. The food touching took at least 3 years in the making. Goobins, it all touches inside your stomach. It touches as soon as it enters your mouth. It's not allowed to touch before it enters my mouth. I cannot see it touch. Interesting. Just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable, sort of. Well, all I'm gonna say is that even if your food isn't touching on the plate, there are still particles of that food wafting in the air and intermingling with particles in the air that are wafting off of other items that are on that same plate. So even if they're not physically touching each other, they are still intermingling because they occupy the same universe. I'm just triggering people. Now this is... What I'm saying is what you're worried about is... You're worried about the wrong thing. We're more entangled than we realize, and that's not a bad thing. So, like, I'll give you an example. Like, sometimes with, like, OCD type stuff, we hyperfixate on things like symmetry and balance. It's a related thing to, like, the food not touching thing. But when you realize it's like, nothing is ever perfectly symmetrical. Like, if you get down on the atomic scale, it's like, this one might be a few microns. You know, it's like... So I guess that's just what helped me to get over it, is it's like, expect imperfection. I guess for me, just the realization that perfect doesn't exist was a way to break free of perfectionism. Because my mind was satisfied with creating the illusion of perfection, but it was not actual perfection. It was just a level of control that my, brain found comfortable. Anyway, chat, what do you think? Would you go to this Christmas party? If you no longer worked there, but you could go because your partner worked there? You left on good terms. You just weren't fans of the new owners. It's like, alright, well, you probably don't have to talk to the new owners. If anything, you probably just have to say hi. Like, you don't have to, you're not expected to hang out with them. fixate on some mistake I made 3.24 years ago that poses an existential threat to everything so much that I need to check it. At least my brain works that way. A polite reminder to you, my friend, that you're the only one that remembers those things. Also, if you made the mistake 3.24 years ago, it probably wasn't that big of a deal. It didn't require your immediate attention. Nothing caught on fire. Son's a huge perfectionist and he's aware of it. Perfectionism is more common than people might realize. It's something that many people struggle with. You know, it relates to like how our brains are wired and how we like to form patterns in things. It's, you know, it's part biological, it's part neurological, it's part behavioral. It's, you know, it happens. But the thing is we can work on it, we can get better with it, and it can cause us less discomfort when things aren't exactly as we need them to be. We can actually find joy and appreciation in imperfection, because it's the imperfections, in my opinion, that actually make life more beautiful. It's the little crispy bits on your chicken. Like, ooh, this part got a little bit of char on it. Nice, a little crunch. You know what I mean? Dad strived in it. If you weren't perfect, you weren't worth his time. Well, that's because the military broke his brain, I'm sorry to say. But that's what the military is designed to do, is to break your brain. So I have empathy for people who have, you know, endured military training, because there's a lot that goes into it that is meant to strip away your sense of identity, make you obedient, teach you not to ask questions. Would you say are the most common signs of ADHD and/or autism? It really depends on the person. Because there are some symptoms that are more common than others, you know, like restlessness, irritability, inattentiveness, those types of things. Like those things are all, it seems that you see pretty commonly, but just because a person has that doesn't mean that they are those things. And just because a person doesn't show those symptoms doesn't mean that they aren't those things. And so it really is something that you need to take consideration on an individual basis. Because there is a lot of discrepancy. Okay, so just to get back to this question, I would say, would it make your partner happy if you went? If it would make them happy, you being there, then do it for them. Out of water. Uh-oh. If you're going with your partner, have an agreed upon exit time. That's a another good point. Having an agreed upon exit time. Like, hey, so how long do you want to stay? What time are you trying to get out of here by? Honestly, I feel like things would be fine. You know, the worst thing that you could probably expect is like an awkward moment where if you like run into the new boss and they're like, oh, hey, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. And it's like kind of awkward, like, okay. But I don't think that things would be that bad. I think you could actually have a good time because there's probably some other people that you didn't hate working with. You know, it might be nice to see some of those people and say hi and, you know, just try to enjoy the party. And so I'm leaning towards going because I'm a party guy. I love a good party. Hey there, kind sir. Well, hello. I'm asking because my family have made me aware that I show a lot of these symptoms: inattentiveness, hyperfixations, perfectionism, which you touched upon, etc. And those things could all tie into ADHD or autism, but they could also not. So I would focus more on the symptoms that you're dealing with. Do any of them cause you any discomfort? Do any of them cause any issue with your ability to function throughout the day? And if so, try to address that symptom. Try to find a way to work around it or work through it. Regardless of whether or not you have that diagnostic label, you are still dealing with the symptoms and you can work on those symptoms. The label, that's just a label. Whether or not you have the label of ADHD doesn't make your inattentiveness, your perfectionism any less real. And so whether or not that's caused by ADHD, that's kind of beside the point. It's, you know, it's just something that you got to work on, ADHD or not. But that's my perspective. That's my perspective on the matter. Looking to get tested. It's been so hard to get diagnosed as a black woman. Black women get the worst of it when it comes to mistreatment in the medical care system. 100%. So sometimes you have to go out of your way to like find a doctor that actually listens to you. Another example of how messed up and broken the healthcare system is. Another example of how it fails people. Can you just recap what you said? I got slapped with ads. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. The recap of what I said was, if you're dealing with those symptoms, you know, inattentiveness, perfectionism, etc., those are all things that you can work on whether or not you have that label attached to you. You know, you don't need to go to a doctor and have them say, yes, you have ADHD in order to start working on those things on your own time. And so that's what I would personally encourage you to focus on. You know, if these are things that are going on in my life and they are interfering with my ability to function, then those are things that I need to find support and work on those things. And that's my opinion, is that I understand the importance of a diagnostic label, but I feel like they're a little bit overinflated in their importance. You know, sometimes we get that label and then it's like, okay, so that's what's wrong with me. That's why I am the way that I am. That explains it. It just provides a convenient answer to why it is that we're struggling. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have those struggles, and you're still going to have those things to work through, diagnostic label or not. So I guess what I'm getting at is, don't wait until you get the label to work on it. I fear I need to be medicated. I fear we need a revolution. I feel like we need to bring about the downfall of capitalism, because if you ask me, capitalism plays a big role in why everybody's got ADHD now. Like, yeah, it makes sense to me that if you're working in a system that just extracts value from you and pays it to someone else, you don't actually get to see the benefit of all of your hard work, and you're just expected to work until you die. It makes perfect sense to me why it might be hard to sit down and focus on stuff. Capitalism is not made for neurodivergent people at all. Capitalism is not meant for people, period. This is not a system that is designed for human survival. It's exhausting. Oh, I know. That's why we're trying to rally the people. Keep that fire going so that things can change. If not for me, then for those that come after. Alright, let's take a look at this question. Hey there, kind sir. Hope you're doing well this holiday season and just in general. Doing pretty well. Thank you for asking. Thank you for... Yes, thank you. Recently, I've been having some issues trying to understand what to do when it comes to opening up and trusting more. It's a gradual process. You do it bit by bit. You know, you don't need to throw the window open. You don't need to just open it up and let it all out at once. You can have a nice trickle. You know, just I don't really see myself as a controlling person or anything of that sort, but I feel like with me worrying about someone I shouldn't, in a sense, is making my mental worse and worse. You bring up a good point here. There is a big difference between being a controlling person and wanting to feel in control of your life. Everybody wants to feel in control of their life. It's stressful and scary and painful to feel like you are not in control of your life. And so it's natural to want to have that sense of control. This doesn't make you a controlling person. This just means that you want to have your hands on the steering wheel. I know I can't control others and their actions, but man, do some of people's actions really stress me out to the point that I feel like crawling out of my skin and numbing that feeling of over-worrying. I guess what I'm getting at is, how the hell do I deal with things I have no control over? By focusing on what you do have control over. It's all about what you're paying attention to. Am I paying attention to the things that are outside of my control? The other things that people do, the other things that people say? Or am I in control of what I actually do have control over? Is that what I'm paying attention to? We only have control over ourselves. How we respond to the things that happen to us and around us. Right now you just said you don't need to let it out, you can just let it trickle, but how exactly do you do that? By practicing putting small amounts of trust out there in a way that's very low stakes. And I'll give you an example. Like, let's say that you have a hard time talking about yourself to other people or opening up about yourself. Then do it in a way that is very low stakes. Talk about a movie that you like. Talk about a type of food that you like. That's still you putting trust in this other person and opening up to them by talking about details about yourself. And it's a good form of practice to just, you know, it's about getting into the practice of opening up and talking about yourself and finding, you know, low stakes, you know, nobody's going to take this information and hurt you with it. So just small talk as a beginning, you know, it's something that you build up from. It's something that you add on to. Small talk is often a gateway into big talk. Small talk for many people is like the appetizer before you get into the entree of big talk. And I just feel like I'm only talking about myself and I don't want people to think I'm self-centered. Then ask more questions, Goobins. If you ever feel like you're talking about yourself too much, then just ask people more questions. When it comes to building up trust within yourself, it can also be helpful to kind of like point some things out to yourself, like you're going about your day and you're like, I trust that I'm going to be able to take care of this thing. I trust that I'm going to be able to do this. I trust that the water's going to turn on when I turn the faucet on, or the, you know, just practicing trust in small ways throughout your day is a good way to build up. This is literally how I navigate convos with new people. I find when you're meeting a new person, we should be asking more questions. We should be talking less about ourselves and asking more about them. I feel I talk about myself or relate to what is being talked about and I'm being self-centered. So let me give you an example. Does it kind of go like this? Like somebody's like, hey, I just went to the circus and it was a lot of fun. And then you respond with, oh yeah, the circus? I went to the circus once when I was, 12 years old. And so you have taken what they said about themselves and you have made it about you. And you did this because you wanted to relate to them. You wanted to show them like, oh, I know how fun the circus is. I've been to the circus too. Right? Except the truth is, you don't need to prove your credentials to them because they already came to you talking about the circus. They weren't testing you on whether or not you've been to the circus before. You don't have to prove anything to them. They were just trying to share in some of their joy with you. And so sometimes we talk about ourselves as a way of trying to prove our credentials to somebody, but you don't have to because they're already talking to you. Or if I don't relate, I say I've never been. Well, then at least, if you're going to say I've never been, then at least follow up with a question like, how was it? That sounds exciting. I've never actually been before. You can do a combo. You know, you can show them that you're interested in what they're saying and that you want to learn more, and also mix in a little bit about yourself. Like, oh, that sounds really fun. I've never actually been myself. What was it like? Now, I understand why people reference themselves, because it's a way to show people that we understand what they're talking about. We have experience with it, and we're trying to relate to them on that level. But that's not what the other person is looking for. They're not looking for us to relate to them in that way. Be like, oh yeah, you've done it too. Okay, cool. It's like, no, they were trying to share something with you, and then you made it about you. And you can see where that might be a little off-putting to somebody. If they just got back from their vacation and they want to talk about their vacation, and then you're like, I've been on vacation. Like, yeah, just show curiosity, show interest, get to know them better. That's what they're actually looking for. You don't have to prove you're able to talk about this topic by, you're basically showing them your resume. You're like, oh yeah, I have lived experience doing that, so I am qualified to have this conversation with you. No, they went to a circus that was animal-free. It was just trapeze artists and holographic animals, so you don't have to worry. Don't worry, no animals were harmed in the making of this metaphor. I need to get back on tracks. I got derailed. Let's get back into it. We were talking about how do we deal with the things that we have no control over. Are you familiar with the concept of Stoicism? There is a school of philosophy called Stoicism, and this is what it's all about. It's all about focusing on the things that you can control and letting go of the things that you cannot control. It can be a challenge, but it's definitely doable. Just practice it every day. And we do this by recognizing what are the things that I can control and what are the things that I cannot control. Whenever something starts to bother you, ask yourself that question. Is this something that I have control over, or is this something that I do not have control over? If I have control over it, I can do something about it. I can make it better. If I do not have control over it, then it is what it is. I thought Stoicism was like repressing your feelings. That is a common misconception. The idea that Stoicism is all just about like being very stone-faced and unfeeling. That's just a common misconception about what it actually means. In reality, it's just about focusing on what you can control and not allowing yourself to be bothered by the things that are outside of your control. Yeah, even in ancient times, they did have a form of early, like, CBT through the form of, like, a Socratic dialogue. Practices of, like, Stoicism, yes. Even in the ancient times, they had some pretty good ideas about how to maintain your mental wellness. I read it somewhere, I remind myself, is to consider, is this worth pressing the panic button? That's a good one. That's a good one. Might need to get more water. I'm getting all parched. Got a couple more questions in the box. Let's see if I can power through. Now all I can think about is how thirsty I am. Uh-oh. Try our best. Try our best. So, after having moved out from my parents because of safety reasons as a young adult, I now live with my boyfriend at his family home. My body feels way more relaxed than in my old home with my parents' toxicity. I used to be a big workaholic as I grew up. My relationship with studies often left me studying for 14 hours a day. Man, the only thing I've ever done for 14 hours in a day is play video games. Left me studying for 14 hours a day until I burnt out. Yes, that is to be expected. If you go at anything that hard, you're gonna get burnt out on it. I got burned out just because I wanted to leave that household. And with the past nightly physical violence from ages 5 to 15, I knew that I had to get out one way, and my way was education, even in university and all after having graduated with my bachelor's. However, I will need more time to save up some money for a master's. I do wonder if in the meantime I should be worried about enjoying to study rather than watching Netflix or not. You deserve a break, okay? I feel like right now you are very wired to handle stress by studying. That's like your go-to. It's a way of feeling a sense of like control over the situation. It's a way to like regulate your emotions. It's a way to kind of detach from reality, is to just bury yourself in a textbook. But I think it is healthy to have other things that you can do to feel relaxed and feel calm and have some leisure time. That's okay. You definitely deserve that. I don't know what would be considered healthy or not in studying context. I guess it depends on the motive. Breaks are healthy. Taking breaks is healthy. What you've probably noticed, because this is how our productivity actually works, is that when you push yourself too hard for too long, you get less done. If you studied for just a few hours, taking healthy breaks, you would probably get more done and retain more than if you just sat down and forced yourself to study for an even longer amount of time. Because our brains just aren't meant to do that. Our brains just aren't meant to sit down and grind out over and over and over. Our brains need novelty. Our brains need variety. Our brains need rest. And that actually helps us to be more productive. What do you think makes work or studies an unhealthy thing, and what would be a good way to not fall into unhealthy levels again? I think it becomes unhealthy whenever we become over reliant on it to, like, in the case with your example, like, you were doing it as a way to escape. It was an escape for you. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but we just want to make sure that we're not going too long or too hard. Because then it could actually start to become something harmful to us, you know? My desire to get good marks were from fear and a need of survival to appease my parents in the past, so I don't know. Well, then it makes perfect sense why you would be so motivated to study, because that for you was everything. That for you was everything because it was your key to get out of a dangerous situation. But you are in a safer situation now, and it is okay to open up to new alternatives. We don't have to rely on that one coping skill. You can still have a healthy relationship with studying, you know, maybe a few hours a day instead of all day, every day. It's good to stay learning. It's good to stay curious. It's good for you. I internalized my parents' high expectations and burned out. Like, there's balance to be had here. Yep. You gotta find that balance. You've already noticed yourself starting to get burnt out. You've already noticed that happening before, because doing it for 14 hours a day, that's unhealthy. So what would a healthy amount be? You know, studying for a few hours every day, that's better than nothing. You know, even if you're not enrolled in school right now, but you still want to keep learning, you still want to keep your mind sharp, even just an hour or two a day is better than nothing. Now, that might look different if you are in school and you are enrolled and there is a curriculum that you have to follow. But even then, you know, it doesn't need to be more than a few hours every day. Also, think about it this way. Try to learn from everything you encounter. Even if you're just watching a silly show or a silly movie, you can still learn things from it. Like, I wonder how they made this. I wonder how that happened. I wonder how they did this effect. I wonder where they got this idea. Stay curious, stay learning. You can learn from just about anything. It's good for you. That's what I try to do. I try to learn something from everybody I meet. I try to just stay learning. Also, remind yourself that you are safe now, okay? You are safe now. You're working on rewiring your brain because your brain was stuck in such an unsafe situation for such a long time, and you're making that shift. And you're learning new behaviors and healthier routines, and that's good and that's worth celebrating. So I hope you take the time to do that, you know, to recognize that progress and to celebrate that safety. Robin here. Hi, Robin. Well, howdy, partner. Okay, my medical situation has escalated a little. It hurts to talk too much now, which will affect my job. Oof. But also, Maybe that is not a bad thing considering my new narcissist manager. It literally forces me to not give him anything, lol. Now there's a silver lining for you. Call me crazy, Robin, but I think you're starting to become a bit of an optimist. I think I'm starting to rub off on you. Anyway, any advice for navigating this talk with HR? I'm thinking of writing a letter and bringing it to her tomorrow, that way I don't have to strain my voice to explain it all. Sounds like a good idea to me. Both the medical situation and the Gary with the 2 R's situation, I don't want to just send an email. She's only been with the company a couple of months, and I want to put a face to the name and just get any answers or advice she might have for everything. I think that's a good idea. Also, fuck Gary. Gary with 2 R's. Get out of here. Gary. Also, any advice for communicating with the coworkers I do actually like and want to help? I don't have an official doctor's note for vocal rest. I can get one if HR asks me to. It wouldn't be a full vocal rest, just minimal speaking, not raising the voice. Not getting upset or stressed out and putting strain on the vocal cords. I don't know. Should I invest in a little whiteboard? Use my phone to communicate? Or just learn to enjoy shrugging at everyone when they ask questions I don't want to bother explaining, lol? You know, maybe some hand signals. You know, in the sci-fi epic The Expanse, there exists a population of space-dwelling individuals known as Belters. They live amongst the asteroid belts and in space stations in low-gravity environments. And a large part of what goes into that is they spend time in exosuits where they're not able to communicate vocally with one another, especially if the radio goes out. And so, you'll often find people using hand signals to communicate in work environments where things are too loud to hear each other, or there are not other ways to communicate. And so even if it's just, you know, like, you can have some creative fun coming up with different ways to communicate things non-verbally. Also, I don't think that they're going to give you that hard of a time for needing vocal rest. It's like you said, you could get an official doctor's note, but do you really think they're going to grind you that hard? They're like, no, we need you talking loudly. We need you yelling. Okay, bye, thanks. Yeah, I think doing a letter, talking to HR, just getting that taken care of, I think that's a good idea. As far as your other coworkers, I'm sure they'll understand. Just let them know that you can't use your voice all that much. They'll understand. Your coworkers like you anyway, so they'll be fine with it. They'll miss your witty anecdotes, I'm sure. I think it's a good thing that I occasionally shoplift groceries. If you see people stealing food, no you didn't. Greetings from Germany. Hallo. Aus Amerika. Ich bin ein Amerikaner und mein Deutsch ist nicht so gut. Aber meinen viewers aus Deutschland get a kick out of it whenever I try to speak German. Any Axis accent will do. I'm only allowed to do German and Italian. If I tried to do a Japanese accent, they would cancel me. It's not permitted. What's your thing you do with this stream? Well, kind of caught us at the tail end of it. We did a little presentation today. We were talking about how to handle holiday stress. We took some questions from the question box. We're just here to do what we can to help people and to talk about psychology and mental health, and also like to talk about food.
Mama!
Food? Yes, food.
Oh! So mayonnaise and lime jello. What else you... Tuna! So where's this recipe from again?
A friend from my game sent this to me.
Do what?
This is a traditional Canadian Thanksgiving dish. And I'm testing it out to see if I want to make it for everyone.
Oh, no!
I've got one more thing I got to add.
This one didn't make it to
She
the
is playing
Thanksgiving
with you.
lineup, so it
No,
must not
she
have been
is
a
not.
winner.
Mama, she's playing with you.
I don't think so. I don't understand why she would do that.
In the freezer?
Well, yeah, so to speed it up faster.
Is it finally ready? It's been in there all night.
Yes.
What's it looking like? Oh. I can't do it.
Josh.
You're gonna have to let me know how it is. I can't. Ah! What is that? That's pineapple.
That's my pineapple.
Oh. Oh. Mama. Mama. They was playing with you. I told.
Listen, Josh.
Oh, Mama. What game were you playing again? You.
Whiteout Survival.
Uh-huh.
Now, I helped her win her battle, and I don't know how. But she was so thankful that she sent me this recipe.
You got him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Oh, and you helped her with the battle like this, and then she sent you that recipe?
She did.
So what are you making today, Mama?
I'm making a crab leg bowl.
Dang, you got 2 bags of crab legs?
Well, so Josh, we're going to take this pineapple right here. We're going to put it on the plate.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Get your mayonnaise. And you put it on your pineapple.
Is there like a certain amount you should put on there? Or like how much should you put on there?
Well, however much you want. It could be as little as you want or as much as you want. And then you're going to take your cheese.
Right.
You're gonna sprinkle it across the top.
That's a lot of cheese.
Well, same thing with cheese. As little as you want or as much as you want. So my vision is I want to have a pineapples, mayonnaise, and cheese bar at the meet and greet on Saturday.
Mama. Dang! You done cleared out the cheese section.
Well, the cheese was on sale.
Oh, it was on sale?
It was on sale. The mayonnaise was on sale.
Look at all that mayonnaise.
So I figured we got enough here to make, I don't know, a couple hundred maybe.
So you're excited to set up your pineapples, mayonnaise, and cheese bar, Mama?
I am. I mean, I've been eating this since I was a kid, and I think, you know, now I can share it with everybody.
Show us how you're supposed to eat it.
You just cut you off a piece and you eat it. Just like that. Oh, man.
Mama, it ain't going nowhere. Mom!
Josh, do you think I need to go get some Vienna sausages and have those sitting out for just in case maybe?
Mom!
So Josh, we're gonna take this pineapple. Do you remember that fair food contest we did last week? And the winner,
Right,
the hot dog pimento cheese.
right.
That's what I'm gonna make.
How do you know when they're done?
I don't.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I think that one's good. All right, let's check these.
Your lunch is done.
You can eat more.
Low key. Why does it look better than his at the fair? Low key.
Low key. I could have won that contest.
Right, right. Now that just looks so good. Look at that.
Buy it, sale.
Right, look.
Pimento cheese?
When he pulled this out, I was like, what the world? But you liked it.
Well,
oh. Dang. Boom. Now that shit's pretty. Dang, Mom. It don't got legs. It ain't going nowhere. Dang.
Mm-hmm.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, you got a lot to eat.
I will. I'll take this home in a minute. I don't care.
Well, dang. Is that enough flour?
It better be.
Oh.
Don't clump. Do not
Oh, it's
clump.
clumping.
Stop it.
Oh, I don't look right.
Maybe the grease ain't hot enough.
Oh. You really think it's gonna work on these pork chops?
I hope so. Why wouldn't it?
So they found, I don't know where they found this, but they found some technique where if you put a bunch of flour in your cooking oil, it will bread whatever you're cooking. So you don't have to bread it before frying it. And they did it with chicken in a video, and they're trying it with pork chops in this one.
Oh!
Yes.
That chicken didn't bubble like that.
It did not, did it?
Why is that doing that? This is scaring me. That chicken didn't do that.
I know it didn't.
Oh, it ain't sticking.
Why is that one not cooking?
Oh, this ain't
Doesn't look
doing
like it
right.
worked with this one.
Kinda.
It's starting.
It
See that?
kinda. The edges.
Well, it's not sticking as good as the chicken did, is it?
Right.
Hold on.
Well.
Well, I need to find you the chicken video.
You're not gonna rinse those off? No.
You rinse your chicken off?
Yes. Why? Because it's slimy. We're cooking it. I don't care. It's tell how long it's been in that pack. Jennifer.
Mom, I think you added too much flour.
No.
Then you're supposed to be able to just take the chicken, put it in there.
And just drop it in there.
It'll
Just like
flour itself and fry itself all in the same pot.
Yeah, for the record, don't wash your chicken. It just sprays salmonella all over your kitchen. It's actually way more dangerous to like rinse chicken than it is to just cook the chicken. If your chicken's slimy, that's just protein. That's just like, it'll cook off. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. If it comes out right, you got me sold.
Really?
Yeah, but we're gonna see.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't believe it.
It's gonna come out fried.
What's funny is that they said that the pork chops didn't bubble like that, and it's literally bubbling like that.
Hold on. We just got to brown it.
Also, don't like the feelings of
But
raw
then
meat.
bread.
Well, you know, some
Well,
people
how
like
does
to
that
use
chicken know how to bread itself? It's what I want to know.
like latex gloves when they're cooking. If you don't like to touch raw meat and
Oh,
stuff.
they're browning, and they look like they got more bread on them.
How they get more breaded?
Jen, you see this?
I see it.
Look how breaded. They get more breaded the longer you leave it in.
These are pretty too.
Oh, these are breaded perfectly.
That is so crazy. This is going to be our new way of doing these chicken tenders.
Yeah. I've had fried chicken.
Mm-hmm.
No seasoning was harmed in the making of this video.
Oh. Well, dang, it ain't a cake. And what's this called again?
This is the that girl dinner, is what they call it.
Oh, they tagged you in this?
They did.
Courtney Cook. Look, Mama, you know you can hold it down. Click that first button.
We're not gonna do that.
The one time you pulled that out the cabinet.
Jeez. Okay, hold on. I'm still not done.
Oh. Is it ready?
No.
Up. Ooh. Oh, my stomach's hurting. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Is it good, Mama?
This is good. Mm-hmm.
Who's having girl dinner
Try
tonight?
it like this.
Ooh.
Mm.
If you want to win over the woman in your life,
band to go out.
fix her a plate of this.
Wow.
Oh, Thai
am
pasta
impressed.
topped with baked
I like
beans,
the sweetness from the beans
mayonnaise,
a little bit. Mhm.
raw onion.
It ain't going nowhere. Calm down. Oh. So what is this?
We got a baked sweet potato with ice cream on top. Have you seen that yet?
Why you got two of them?
This was mine and that one's yours.
Oh, you want a double scoop sweet potato?
I do. All right.
Oh.
Now this I would eat. This actually
Do
seems
you want
pretty
another
good.
scoop or are you good with one? You want some more?
I'm with him on this one.
You sure the sweet potato ain't supposed to be like cold? This is a hot sweet potato on this cold ice cream.
It's fine. It's like a
Or
brownie
you can look
sundae.
at it as cold ice cream on this hot sweet potato. It could be cooling down the potato.
It's kind of like the molten lava cakes, the hot brownie with the vanilla ice cream. Right.
Exactly.
There you go.
Right.
Exactly. See, he gets it.
You don't like it?
No, I didn't say that yet. I didn't say that yet. You know what, Josh?
Maybe it needs some cinnamon.
Oh, we got some.
Some marshmallows.
That's good.
Oh, is it?
In a weird way, this is good.
It makes sense to me culinarily. Yeah, it makes sense.
Did you get some ice cream?
Oh. Oh. I don't know about this
When you
one.
put ice cream on
You don't know about
solids,
this
it's a
one?
food crime.
Oh.
What about a banana split,
It's
Goobins?
different.
Come on.
It is different.
Banana split,
I think it's good. Myself, I like the texture.
brownie sundae.
I like how the hot and the cold mixes together.
A brownie sundae is literally one of the most delightful things. I don't eat bananas unless they're green. Bye.
We do the state fair.
You want me to be honest? Oh, yeah.
They don't taste like dill pickle.
I'm acting like I'm Simon Cowell, judging
All right,
these.
guys, so we're down with our first round.
Brought us a fork. You're supposed to eat it with a fork. You're the only one eating it with your hands. Oh, you like that?
Mm-hmm. It's a Philly cheesesteak. I think that's what I want today.
Dollar Tree. Look. You going in with a double cupcake?
Is there so many beans in these recipes?
So where's this from?
It's from TikTok. Everybody's been tagging me in it.
A whole slice in it.
Yeah, that's a big piece
You
of cake.
reposted it?
I did.
No. No. Not another one. So
This reminds me of
What in the world?
that video of the lady like smelling a chocolate bar and eating broccoli. That's kind of what this reminds me of.
Am I doing? It really ain't that bad.
I just don't like how soggy it looks, like how it gets. I just don't like that. Is the chocolate better?
Mm-mm. You guys gotta be vanilla. It's okay to try. That's it.
Do what?
They wanted them grilled, and I ain't got a grill at my house.
Why are they in this?
Josh, I forgot to throw them out last night, so I put them in some hot water.
See?
Okay.
Oh!
Whoa.
Inside.
I'm touching my garage.
They still frozen a little bit.
For real? Oh.
You can have one of these if you want.
Oh. Dang, these are big steaks.
They are. They thick too.
That is
This grill done been
sight.
through
That's
it.
seasoning in sight.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe I should have sprayed it.
Oh, yeah.
I want that one. That one's gonna be mine.
You think they finally done?
I don't know. Maybe that one I want is.
Glad they brought it outside.
Let's see. Oh!
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That's done. That was done 10 minutes ago.
That one's mine.
What you doing?
Cutting all this fat off. I don't want that.
People like that. People eat that. You brushing off? You use my grill and then you just rush off like that.
Bye, Josh.
Do what?
You're not gonna rinse those off? No.
So, Jin, what is this?
For $100. What is it?
$100.
I don't freaking know.
Look,
I don't
there's-
even know. Is it a fruit? What is it? I don't eat stuff like that, so I have no idea what.
I don't eat it either.
You want to hold it? Maybe that'll give you some insight.
It's waxy feeling.
Uh-huh.
Does it look like a potato? Does it look like...
It does look like a potato, but it can, from a distance, it looks like a darn rock. It's hard.
Does it look like maybe a kiwi without fur? Just
No,
extra large?
Kiwi's small.
What about like a sweet potato?
Oh, do you think it's like a bulb underground?
I don't know.
No. I don't have, you could keep your $100
Like some
because I
sort
don't
of
have no
root.
idea.
This thing is a jicama.
Jicama.
I would never guess that. I've never heard of
Jicama.
it.
J-I-C-A-M-A.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We've never seen it before. Never heard of it before.
Right on past
Jicama.
it
It's
tonight.
a root. It's like a tuber.
Should it be fruit, like sweet?
I don't know. We got
You
to
cook it similarly to a potato.
Like. Yeah.
Good luck. Mm.
It's hard.
It's waxy looking. Look.
Yeah. Oh my. It's hard, whatever it is.
Oh.
Why does it taste like peanut? No, don't taste like. It smells like raw peanuts. What do you think? Can we eat it like that, or do we need to cook? Let me cut it in half.
Lick it.
I'm not gonna lick it, but I will cut it in half. It don't taste like anything. It ain't got no taste to it. It don't. It ain't got no flavor.
So you just saw this in Walmart and wanted to try it?
Yeah, I did. I did. I've been holding on to it for a little while though.
So what is it? Polenta.
Italian grits is what it is.
That's what Google said?
Yeah.
Oh, it's watery. Ooh.
It's firm.
Yeah. We might like it. Watch us like it.
We might like it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something?
Hello, are you with
Yeah,
that
it's gonna
fist?
be like
Hey,
this.
how's it going? How's it going?
Well, if that's the case, I'm gonna put jelly on mine.
Oh! What in the world? What?
They're looking like little potato cakes or something.
Polenta.
I don't know.
Cornmeal.
I was thinking putting some cheese on it. That's what I was thinking.
And then dip it in ketchup.
Probably. All right, let's
That's
see what we need to
cornmeal.
add
You
to
eat it
this.
kind of like grits.
Oh. What?
Would never put this near my mouth.
What was this?
Corn.
It's not bad.
Probably eat corn with every meal. You live in America. They shove it into everything. Corn.
But this is still gonna have all the bones in it.
I know. I don't want to mess with that.
This is all you use to make salmon patties?
Yeah, and eggs. But I'm thinking now, why don't we make chicken patties instead? Huh?
One can for you and one can for you.
This ain't gonna be enough chicken. We're gonna need both of these cans.
Ooh. You might be the first person ever to make a chicken patty.
I'm not.
This is ground. We need to call Guinness.
We even got corn in our syrup. We've got corn in our beverages. We've got corn in everything.
Are they low-key making it up?
I was
They
saying, is
put
that even a
corn in
thing?
everything in
Do you got some
America.
cheese? We could put some cheese in it. Sagi, how you say that? And what is that?
Asiago.
Asiago.
Mama!
I could not spit that out.
Hell, this thing's half cheese now.
This is gonna be good.
Whoa, looks like a jellyfish.
I'm only gonna get 2 more patties out of that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes! Yes!
The world's first chicken patty.
It's not.
You invented that, Mama! Oh, only one scoop today.
Well, I gotta go do my other piece of bread.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's the one I want. Covered up the
This
whole
is just Gubin's
bread.
exposure therapy.
Oh,
Thank you
my
all
God.
for sitting in on it. For just exposing Gubins to strange foods.
I need some pickles.
Oh, I got some.
Now, if you don't want these,
You cured yet?
I'd be glad to take them
Gonna
home.
watch another one?
I'm just saying.
But this is still going.
So this one.
Mama, what you got going on today? Good Lord.
I'm making a cheese pie. That's what it is. It's like your grandma's macaroni pie, but it's with saltine crackers.
Why are you?
I got to have them
Mama.
layer of crackers. Just put one right there. Okay. Now, in between layers, we got to do salt and pepper.
Seasonings.
Dang.
That's a lot of crackers, I know. More crackers. Another layer of cheese.
More cheese. I hope you ain't lactose intolerant.
Mm-mm.
You ain't.
I'm
Not with all that mayonnaise now.
So is it done?
No. No, we gotta put our, we gotta pour some mixture in there. We need 3 eggs. Going off script one more time.
Mama, 4. She
4
said
eggs.
3.
We're gonna go 4. That's 3.5 cups of milk. That sure does look like a lot.
That is a lot. This ain't a real recipe. I bet she's laughing right now. She's at home laughing right now.
She made it. I saw it. We're gonna put it in the oven.
What?
I don't know if I put the lid on it though. And this has got to cook for an hour, so.
An hour?
Yeah, we got to find something to do for an hour. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That smells good, don't it? Oh, it looks like potatoes. When you get that big clump of real cheese in there, but it's good. It is. It's a different kind of good. You know what I'm saying?
No. Mama, what you got going on? Oh. That didn't touch your ringworm, did it?
Stop.
So what are you making?
A chicken noodle soup. That's gonna be a lot of carrots, Josh.
Dang. Oh, is it good?
Yeah, it's fine. But that looks pretty. Look.
Look.
That looks good. This is looking.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
That's done.
What?
Oh. How long has it been? It's been damn 5 to 6 hours.
It's been a little bit. I can't help it. I had something.
Oh, look, that's falling apart.
Or maybe I don't need to shred it. I'm glad we cooked it that long then.
Hell.
I know. Oh, yeah, Josh. All right, let's let those cook, and then it'll be ready. And you know what you need with it?
What?
A peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Now is it done? Oh, that's done.
Look. Them dang noodles gonna suck up all my juice. Yeah.
Well, you're eating good tonight.
I am. I sure am. And you know what I can do with most of this?
Freeze it.
Freeze it for next
Right,
time.
For next
Mhm.
year. How is it? Oh.
I just need that peanut butter and jelly sandwich now.
Mom, it looks good.
This is healthy for you too.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Yes. Let me make that sandwich.
Oh. Oh. Mama. Mama. What is going on?
I'm gonna make one of those beer can chickens.
You ever made one of these before?
No. I've heard of them, but I've never had one.
That's a big chicken.
It is.
Oh my lord.
Is there stuff in it?
Yeah. Oh.
Is Does that all I gotta do is open it and put the chicken on it?
You don't know what you're doing?
No, I don't.
Then why are you making it? I think you got the wrong size chickens. These are big.
It says young chicken.
Oh, it's gonna be heavy.
Josh, they're heavy.
You got it. You got it. You got it. Straight down, straight down, straight down. Straight down. Are they fitting?
Barely.
Oh, I told
That
you.
one's touching.
I told you it's gonna be close. Oh.
Well,
that's fine.
That's the best we got. All right. Off it goes.
For 2.5 hours.
What's it sitting on? The beer can. That's how you make a beer can chicken.
Oh my
You take
word.
a chicken and you stick a beer can in it, and then you cook the chicken.
How am I going to get them off that beer can?
Is what I want to know.
You put it on there.
Is it coming off?
Yep. There it is.
Oh.
Oh, maybe 3 hours is too long.
Look at that. It's got a very small beer hint to it.
Oh.
That's okay.
Would you make this again?
Probably not. So yeah. That's interesting. Josh.
What?
Exactly what?
It's not. What is that?
I'm making a fried bologna sandwich.
Once you get it cooked on both
Oh.
sides, you want to remove it from
Yeah.
So this is ready.
You didn't get the inside.
Well, I can't help that.
Wow. Show me how you did this.
We got our bologna.
Right.
It's got to be the thick bologna because that's the best kind.
If you're gonna fry
We'll put it in
bologna,
a
you have to
flour.
cut a little notch in it so that it doesn't poof up and it
put it
stays
in our
flat.
heavy
You gotta
cream.
cut a little.
Okay.
Put it back in our flour.
Okay. And that's what he did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you just put it in here.
Ooh! It's just not getting that middle part.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Oh, that side looks good.
That one did cook up good on that side, didn't it?
Wow. Oh, look, it's still bubbling.
Where?
It's still cooking.
Is it?
Oh. That was out of Rough Life.
Listen.
And this how you used to eat it as a kid?
Yes. Fried bologna and mustard.
Ooh. And then he squished it. Mama! Why are you doing that? Ah! It came through the bread.
Look, that fried bologna crunch. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
This is too much exposure. Okay, just one more. One of my personal favorites, hot dog spaghetti.
Mama.
Put that down.
What are you making?
Hot dog spaghetti.
Where's this from?
Well, I've been tagged on TikTok for this video 100 times.
Oh.
Hold on. But when the side of the noodles get done, we'll have to flip them.
Do I need flipping?
I don't know. Let me see.
Oh my god. Looks like a sea creature. Okay.
Look, they all just slip right in there.
Oh.
So now I got to roll this up.
Ubens, you should make this for dinner.
Oh, look. Wow.
And do some pepperonis. What?
Mama.
All right, we've got one more question in the box. We're gonna take this question, and then we're gonna dip out today. I needed a little break. All right, my newest foster cat is coming in an hour, and I'm extremely nervous. Shit, Jackie Soares, thank you for subscribing. I think I missed that a few minutes ago. Thank you. Thank you. It was in a memory hole. Newest foster cat coming in an hour, and very exciting. I want to make sure to be a good pet parent and all, and my nerves and excitement are very visible. My family tells me I'm overreacting, which, in all of the history of humankind, has never done anything in helping somebody to calm down. Can you think of a single time ever where somebody was stressed and you say, hey, you're overreacting, and then they were like, whew, whew, ah, thank you for pointing that out. I feel so much better. Like, no, it doesn't really work that way. It's like, yes, you're stressed. But I would look at it this way. Your anxiety about the situation is a big part of how I know that you're going to do great. Because you're going to be attentive, you're going to make sure that things work, you're going to make sure that everything's in order. And so that part of you that worries is also the same part of you that's going to make sure you do a really good job. My family tells me I'm overreacting, like it's not like a child type reasoning. That's not helpful. That's not really helpful. Like, I feel like maybe you were looking for something a little different from them in terms of support. Like, hey, you know, I get it. It's understandable why you would be worried, but I'm sure you're going to do a great job. You know, I think you might have just been looking to be validated and to be reminded, like, hey, you do a great job, you take great care of the animals, you're going to do just fine, you got nothing to worry about, you know? Because we don't really want to, like, downplay and dismiss people's worries, because that doesn't really do much, it just kind of makes the worry worse, if anything. I personally feel like it's basically a child that never grows up, though I'm not sure how close to a reality that is when everyone around me is saying it's just a pet, not a big deal. A pet is a big deal. That's a commitment. It's a living creature. How could it not be a big deal? It's a living, breathing creature. It's a big deal. I've researched this cat, contacted the previous owner to get vet info, looked into the best foods and care for it, as if it were a furry little child that I was caring for. That's really good. You're doing a good job. You're doing your research, you're doing your homework. That's good. It just feels like I'm overreacting, but at the same time, I don't want a living, breathing animal to suffer just because I wasn't prepared. Thank you. You're doing fine, by the way. You're doing fine. You're doing a good job. My question is, am I overreacting like my family seems to think? I don't think so. You know, maybe you're a bit more anxious than you need to be, but I don't think you're doing anything wrong in making sure that you're prepared, and, you know, that's just you doing your due diligence. You want to make sure that this living, breathing creature that you will be responsible for will be well taken care of. That's it. It doesn't matter if it's a dog, or a cat, or a fish, or a human. It's a living, breathing creature, and you want to take care of it to the best of your ability, period. So no, I don't think you're overreacting. I think you're a good person for doing your homework and making sure that you can be a good foster cat parent. No, I think you're doing a good job. It reminds me a lot of when I was rehabilitating Newton, whenever I was taking care of that little baby squirrel. I was doing research, I was reading stuff, I was checking up on him all the time, I was on message boards and forums for squirrel rehabilitation, just like reading stuff. Like, yes, you worry, yes, it makes you anxious, but that's a part of how you know you're going to do a good job. You're seeing things through and you're doing your research and you're making sure that you're going to take good care of this little creature. I I think you're gonna do just fine. I think you're gonna do just great. Game Awards are coming up. We're finally gonna figure out what that weird statue in the desert was. Alright, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. I gotta run. I'm cooked. I need to go get some water. I'm all dried up. Hope you all have a good night. Thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed the conversation we had today. I hope you're having a good night. Not as cooked as that lady's cooking. Yeah, not as overcooked as that flour fried chicken. We're going to do a movie night tonight here in about 2 hours. We'll do a movie in the Discord, so feel free to stop by and join us if you'd like. All right, everybody, have a great night. I will see you all tomorrow. Or perhaps I'll see a movie night. Have a great night, everybody. Until next time, bye-bye. I almost forgot, it's Throat Singing Thursday.